Hello everybody, my name's Notepad and I write games for fun, so what are we doing today? Well, uh, people were bothering me about doing the updated Daggerheart video. Yes, welcome to Daggerheart finally came out, everybody. Good job. We did it, everyone. A rising sense of apathy and resignation. If I'm not sounding too enthused, I'm not sounding pulse pounding and excited because I don't care. I really don't care. I think that's the reigning theory when I read through Daggerheart. I said reigning theory when I read through Daggerheart. You gotta open up Daggerheart thing. It's actually really fascinating how I read through this, and hopefully I didn't wake anybody up. A miserable sense of apathy permeated me reading this, and there's a few reasons. I'm going to address those reasons now, because it's going to color this. It's going to color this thing a lot more than usual, you could say. So, first things first, went over Daggerheart a while ago. I usually don't like revisiting games, because the second you present something, it better be at least decent. Or at least having the, hey, we're going to change things. I don't think Spencer will. Which does lead into the second part. Spencer Stark, he is the main writer, even though I don't think he really wrote anything. And I fucking hate Spencer. I think he's a jackass, and I don't like him very much, and I hope he gets hit by a car in California, because he's a stupid metrosexual. Metrosexual being the term for being an urban asshole from California. So, do I care for him? No. So he's the main person behind this. Wow, okay, that's not really exciting confidence already. The third point is something very important. If you ever want me to do something, if you ever really want me to do something, the idea would be to subtly plant it, say I can't do something, or make it actually interesting enough for me to want to do it. Daggerheart did none of these. Daggerheart was, in fact, this entire video, this entire stream is going to be predicated off the fact that people were bothering me about it. There's no joy or whimsy about this. I have no desire to actually go over Daggerheart. There is nothing I actually want to do more than to not look at Daggerheart. I would love to do anything other than be here right now talking about this game. But I don't care. It's astounding that I have this burning sense of resignation. And Horace bothered me about it, and he did, and Horace did bother me about it, and so this is why we're here. So anytime you hear a little bit of bile in my mouth, anytime you hear a little bit of a uncaring attitude or dismissal of things, understand that it's Horace. Which I've slowly begun to realize that not sleeping at all and not taking the funny medication is making me more and more agitated over the years. But hey, you know what? Here we are. We're going to talk about Daggerheart. We're going to talk about Darrington Press's brand new, brave and wonderful game that will die within 2 weeks because absolutely no one gives a fuck. But hey, let's go. Let's do it. You and me, everybody. Because we love Daggerheart here, right, everybody? Well, as I was kind of stating already, Daggerheart is a Darrington Press product. If you look at Daggerheart right now, here it is. Effectively, Daggerheart is going to be their new launch platform for all of their tabletop role-playing games through Critical Role, so they don't have to worry about their any contracts with Wizards or any fuck-ups they may do. They have sole discretion over it, and that's one of the major things there. Now, is Matthew Mercer behind this? No, it is a very large group project of people involved in this fucking thing. So I'm going to show you all who is involved with it. So we're going to read them all off verbatim. Lead game designer, Spencer Stark. Additional game designer, Carlos Cisco, Rowan Hall, John Harper, Matthew Mercer, Alex Ubaldi, and Mike Underwood. We've talked about all of them, bar Cisco. Additional writing, Layla Adelman, who we don't even know has actually written anything, but they're definitely there. Megawee Baker, she was part of the Apocalypse Crew. Banana Chan, we talked about her. Chris Davidson, Rudicki, Felix Isaacs, Aaron Roberts, Devin Rue, Rogan Shannon, Mark Thompson, Eugenio Vargas? We're going to go with Eugenio Vargas. Eugenio Vargas, Crit Willett. Developmental editors, Laura Hisburn, Amber Litke, Sadie Lowry. Additional editors, Ashley Michaela Lawson, Scott Gray, Sebastian Yu. Senior RPG producer, Elisa Resendez. Junior game producers, Madigan Hun, Alex Teplitz. We actually talked about Alex Teplitz before. Developmental coordinator, Danny Gage. Production team, Robin Eckberg, Lexi McQueen. Additional production, Alex Ubaldi. Art director, Anthony Jones. Associate art director, Alicia Hannigan. Playtest program coordinator, Brieger Creative. We talked about Brieger Creative before. Lead graphic design, Matt Paquette and Co. Additional graphic design, John Harper, because he needs money. V. Hendro. Consultants, Tom Bloom, Daniel Delgado, Rue Dickey, Marty Elmer, Hank Finnan, Rob Herbert, James Mendez Hodes, David Leslie, Pam Puslin, Aaron Roberts, Devin Rue, Rogan Shannon, Christine Sandquist, Mark Thompson, lead concept artist, Sean Ellis, cartographer, Macro Maps of Bernadini, core cover, Matt Wilma, limited edition cover, Dominic Mayer, cardback, Simon Pape. All of the artists, Nick Acuna, Juan Salvador Elemenicon, Juan Alochki. Okay, if you notice, a lot of these are also from South America, or California, so they don't have to pay them as much. But people don't matter because I fucking hate artists. Session 0 tools, P.R.O. Alari, Lines and Veils, Ron Edwards, X-Cards, and of course, X-Cards, because we love this, was built by a diverse team of various races, ethnicities, genders, faiths, sexualities, and identities, because we're trying to be Ubisoft here. But let's do a quick run-through of Darrington Press's team. Head of Darrington Press, Ivan Van Norman. Creative Director, Travis Willingham. Chief Operating Officer, Ed Lopez. Senior Vice President of Marketing, Rachel Romero. Senior Marketing Manager, Darcy Ross. Product Marketing Manager, Gary Thomas. Senior Game Designer, Spencer Stark. Fuck you. Game Designer, Rowan Hall, which is technically someone he's worked with before, and they've worked together on a lot of things, even though she hasn't actually worked on any real games. Senior RPG Producer, Elise Resendez. Senior Games Producer, Alex Ubaldi. Retail Partnership Manager, Katie Lowther. Procurement Director, Ali DeSimone. Community Manager, Alex Hill. And of course, all of the various critical role employees. Why did I read off every single one of those? Did I read off all of them? You wanna know why? Because if any single human being ever has the fucking audacity to say Daggerheart is an indie product, kill them. Kill them with a rock. Insult them. Call them every slur you can come up with. Because it's not. Oh, what is the measure of an indie product? Probably not having a fucking... Going to make a wild guess here. Probably having a senior and a junior RPG and games producers probably means that you aren't exactly an little itty bitty indie product, or having multiple editors, or having the senior game designer in general, because they're there, because they're there. This is not a thing. Now, mind you, what does this actually mean? Additional game designers? Who fucking knows? Rowan Hall here might have wrote 3 sentences and she got put up here. I don't know. Mike Underwood might have written 50% of the book. It doesn't fucking matter. That's there. But yeah, just wanted to set that up here a little bit. So when I might be saying, oh, this is Spencer Stark's game, understand that it's not Spencer Stark's game. This is the Darrington Press team, and in turn, the Daggerheart team bottom text fucking game. Okay, we all set up there. We're all positive pilled. We're all glup shitto. Why did you read all those up? Oh, Notepad. That just means it's an all-star team of independent game designers. Oh, yeah, I know. I did, because those are a lot of people we're working with here. The same people we've encountered before. Because it is important. Because it is fascinating to realize that this is a game with additional editors, additional writing, with a senior RPG producer, with developmental coordinators and shit like that. So, usually in these kind of videos, I like to do a little bit of a looky-loo, through the rabbit hole. think it's cool that the industry is currently at a state where you can have a non-indie game made by someone besides WotC or Paizo. Yeah, because they sucked the cock of WotC and Paizo for a while. I don't like Critical Role. I'm going to be honest with everyone here. This is another thing that's going to color this opinion very, very drastically. I don't like Critical Role because I don't like watching AP podcasts. Why don't I like AP podcasts? Because I find them immensely dull. I find them boring. I don't like watching them. Because usually a lot of them are boring, but Critical Role is so much made to get all these the funding and stuff. Like, I don't care. I think Matt Mercer constantly was wanting to sell me a condo, similar with fucking Matt Colville. Cool, I bet he's a great guy in real life. I don't care. I don't care for the fact that everything's scripted at this point. I don't fucking care. It's a resounding sense of apathy. This is not inside my wheelhouse. This is not something that I deal with, nor do I have any desire to engage with it. But I am, because that's what people want me to do. So, a couple things to note. The Daggerheart website is effectively made by what I can only assume to be Indian coders. Not even the good ones. This website runs like ass. I have no idea why it runs like ass. It just does. Again, great start. There's no fillable character sheets or anything like that, so understand that right away. Print and play cards, you just lose all the artwork, but you can just print them all out. Blank maps in case you want to draw some things. Like, they're really doubling down on it. I will give them that. Here's the thing. They're doubling down on Daggerheart. And you know what? Shine on, Crazy Diamond. You want to... We can't really get any numbers for it. I don't really think we'll ever get it. Any numbers on that. Due to the fact that it's always through the Critical Role shop. But currently, right now, if you want to buy Daggerheart, you can buy it for 60 United States dollars for the physical variant. If we want to be... Let's see, do we have... Let's see, if you want to buy the Tal'Darai, don't even... If they do offer PDFs, it's probably somewhere there. Let's see, do we have anything? No, they don't. But yeah, Daggerheart. It's a game. It exists. You already know about it. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. I really think I could really love if I could say that, oh yeah, you totally know what's going on. It's there. You know what this game is already. Talking about everyone involved with it would be pointless. Talking about the history of Daggerheart would be pointless. There's literally no reason for me to cover it. Because you already know, because you're here. So, let's just get to it. So, welcome to Daggerheart. Let me get the character sheet up. I didn't Record of the Lotus War was a little bit more complicated than that, but hey, what do I know? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Why don't I like Daggerheart? That's going to be the resounding question. I don't care for it. There's nothing about this game that really interests me in any remote capacity, and everyone's going to get pissed off at me that I don't have some nuanced opinion, and I'm like, I don't care. Rising sense of apathy is all that I can really muster with this particular game. So if I'm not too excited covering it, understand that. I don't care. So, here's our level 1 character. Here's Amarin. Amarin is a giant wayfinder, wildborn, with these 2 abilities. This is his sheet. Don't worry, we still need to talk about everything. So, we're going to talk about it together. So, introduction. A whole lot of bullshit. Don't fucking matter. A lot of this stuff is a very basic stuff that you already know about. Special mention to, though, what kind of game is Daggerheart? Is a heroic narrative-focused experience that features combat as a prominent aspect of play. The system facilitates emotionally engaging, player-driven stories, which is a very fun way of saying we don't fucking know. This is for my AP podcast, and make sure you pre-script everything. Yeah, it's fiction-first approach, and act in good faith with one another, and focus the story they're telling, and the complexity of the mechanics. Yeah, it's... If you if this spiel looks familiar or you've heard about this before, it's because Daggerheart borrows a lot from Blades in the Dark, mostly because John Harper is involved in multiple facets and because they literally copy-pasted it from Illuminated Worlds. But hey, what do I know, right? I'm just a silly clown. But is Daggerheart... I think the big line here, the very important line, is punctuated by exciting battles and harrowing challenges. We're trying to effectively, I think the best way to summarize Daggerheart currently is Dungeons and Dragons, but written by pretentious people. But that's a mean way of putting. It's Dungeons and Dragons. Actually, I think a good word to say is Dungeon World. Dungeon World. Blades in the Dark Edition. That is probably the epitome of how we want to handle this. It's Dungeon World, Blades in the Dark Edition. Not Dungeon World 2. It's Blades in the Dark version. That's the important thing. Dungeon World, because it's not PBTA. I think that's an important aspect that I think some people get a little bit muddled with there. It's not PBTA or anything like that. It's a fairly simple system. You have my permission to lack interest in the game without having an entertainingly over-the-top disgust. The thing is, if you really want my burning opinion, my objective opinion on what Daggerheart is, and you can clip this and you can leave right after this if you have no other interest in anything. Dungeon World but crunchier or Blades but squishier? Dungeon World with actual mechanics. Not many, but they're there. So here's my objective opinion. Zero Notepad. Notepad influence. Zero Notepad influence currently. So this is the objective opinion. It's better. It's decent. It's decent. It does its job. I have zero interest in it. 10 out of 10. Now what do I mean by this? Every single aspect about this game functions. I'm not going to say nothing doesn't work. It's just things that I don't care for. This is a polar opposite to how I like to design certain things and my philosophy on things. You want an objective opinion to feel good about yourself? Congratulations. There it is. It's decent. The words do not attack you. It does not fucking throw slurs at you. It does not do anything bad. It is milk toast. And you know what? Maybe that's what you want. Maybe that's the exciting content that you want for the future. Milk toast product. Cool. Here is your fucking piece of, here is your bread sandwich with a fucking glass of water. Congratulations. You've done it. Now, well, we're not objective here because we always remember we don't do reviews. This is an opinion show that happens to be about elf games. So, let's get into it. Yeah, this is a pretty basic rundown. If you've read one of these before, you have read many of these before. Also, you're going to see, I'm going to comment every now and again on the aesthetic. We did come up with a term for the aesthetic. The aesthetic is Funko Fantasy. I'm going to use that term forever now. Thank you very much, Cole, for that. The entire aesthetic of Daggerheart is Funko Fantasy. Now, you may be wondering, what do I mean by that? You will see as we go down. So, basic touchstones. Another one of those things where there's 8 million things where they're drawing inspiration from, but it doesn't really matter. Most of these are... you're going to see some of them. Probably the important ones from up here would be Blades in the Dark. Let's see. Dungeons and Dragons, obviously. They cite Flea Mortals from NCDM, but it's mostly just monster design they're actually talking about there. A bit of Genesis. I say a bit. And yeah, that's it. Books, whoever, if they thought, oh, A Song of Ice and Fire by George R. R. Martin, nothing to do with it. Vaguest conceptual understanding of the Lord of the Rings, of this is a fantasy adventure story. Never read Sabriel, Wizard of Earthsea. I can kind of see it if you really squint. Films and television, The Dragon Prince, literal autofellatio. This is autofellatio, by the way. I want the world to remember that. And literally just, I can feel Spencer's back twisting forward, snapping unholy as he begins violently sucking his own cock with The Legend of Vox Machina. Lord of the Rings, again, yeah, I would say that putting it up here isn't really accurate. Probably this would be a bit more. They're talking about the Witcher TV show. They're not exactly talking about anything else because, again, the Witcher TV show happens to be the only thing worth mentioning. Guardians of the Galaxy and the Dark Crystal. Dark Crystal gets a little bit weird because you can argue that Dark Crystal is more Age of Resistance versus anything, but it kind of depends on how you want to look at it. It's definitely not Dark Crystal aesthetically. It's not even Dark Crystal really thematically. I think they just like the way that the little men dance around. Video games, Borderlands. You see Borderlands a lot in here. Dragon Age Inquisition, specifically Inquisition, the one that I didn't care for. And I'm the one who fights tooth and nail for Dragon Age 2. So, and the Elder Scrolls series. This is a better way of when people talk about the Elder Scrolls series, they are actually talking about Skyrim and ASO. And Outriders, which not a single human being remembers, and neither can you, and stop Googling it. I know you are. But this filled Daggerheart's up to the point their creators are saying it's probably pushed and all on. I think it's organic, somewhat isolated from the rest of D&D, OSR, NSR. Oh yeah, very much so. They're getting some talented artists from most of the fan base as actors in the game themselves. Zippy quippy dialogue. Oh yeah, we love zippy quippy dialogue. Here's the thing with a lot of these, you can cut down a lot of these into the I think they're adventure settings or something like that. Can't remember what the exact term for it. Genesis system is where the majority of the system came from, but one of the most important aspects is this right here. So it's very odd for me how people are like fucking masturbate to the idea of the duality die. I don't much care for the duality die. That's just a me thing personally for very particular ideas. But Dungeons and Dragons Advantage Disadvantage was particular inspiration for the dice mechanics of this game. Fun fact, they outright just take the mechanic from Shadow of the Demon Lord. It's Shadow of the Demon Lord they use a lot there. Unless there's another game that I'm missing from here. Cipher system. I don't like the GM intrusions for spending fear and stuff. I fucking hated GM intrusions. Never liked them once because I always felt they were really weird. That's a very big touchstone for this game. So, 13th Age. I like 13th Age. We've never talked about 13th Age. But I remember liking it. But yeah, so it's Blades in the Dark is the most important one. You gotta kind of understand that. Wildsea and things in there are there because they are deliberately fellatiating that guy and really trying to push Wildsea. And you all know my opinion on Wildsea, which is I don't like the game really at all because it's not my kind of thing. But let's keep going. So, absolute basic core system is technically 2d12 versus target number. Target numbers are explained a lot later, but usually it's a 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 scale. It's a 5 increment scale. That's the basic one. However, 1d12 is your hope die. This is the good boy die. This is the good boy die. 1d12 is also your fear die. This is your bad boy die. You want, anytime you roll your d12, let me get my d12s out, hello. So, anytime you roll your dice, let's say I rolled a 10 total, but my fear here is higher than my hope. If that occurs, what's happening there is you are rolling with fear. Rolling with fear. Or alternatively, you're rolling with hope, which is hope die high. That is really the core mechanic for everything you're going to be working with. what does fear, what does hope actually do? What that means is it's going to be informing the quality of your success, otherwise known as where the fuck GM feels like. This is very arbitrary. You're also going to be getting rewarded. If you roll with fear, GM gets fear, gets bad boy points. If you roll with hope, player gets good boy points. That is the entire system. Do I care for it? 2d12, I'm not. 2d12 versus TN, I'm not too opposed by. I don't like this personally, but I don't like really handing out little meta currencies for everything. That's not my thing. I also don't like the fear system because I don't like GM intrusions because I always felt they were annoying. And they were not bad. It was, oh hey, as a GM, do you have enough bad boy points to do the thing? Yes, no. Versus, rolling with hope. It's just, you're going to be using hope pretty actively, but it's you are using hope actively for the shittiest reasons possible. So that's why they have to make it so every single roll that you do technically has to generate something. Technically, what happens when you roll dubs? If you roll dubs, it is a critical success. Why is this kind of weird? It does not matter if you roll a 1-1 or a 12-12. These are both equal to a critical success. Now, some people are going to like that, some people don't. There's a very easy way of fixing it, which is if you roll dubs and still fail, then congratulations, it's a critical failure. That's not a case. Everything is considered a critical success, really. And because everything is considered a critical success, your actual margin of failure is a little bit different than you would think. Quite a bit, actually. Well, yeah, Vox Machina and Tal'Darai. Like, the thing with Tal'Darai is a setting built from the back of a writer's room. Like, it is a setting that is designed for an AP podcast. Is there anything wrong with that? No, it's being built for purpose. But that is what that setting is. If you understand that, it makes things a lot easier. Mostly because Tal'Darai has nothing going on in it because the main characters finished it already. But... yeah, but don't be dumb. And they use the term rulings over rules. Yeah, there's a lot of things here which are like, just improvise. What this is effectively saying is consult your GM on any questions you might have. Some people are going to like that, some people aren't. I'm in favor of rulings over rules, but I like having rules actually present for a lot of these things. Yeah, let's get to it. So, preparing the adventure, what do you need? Well, let's talk about everything. Let's talk about the other thing I don't much care for. So, 2 to 5 players, game master, game dice. You technically need all the dice. Because enemies do not roll 2d12, they instead roll d20, because we still need to use the funny d20 for this. But the big thing there is that all the dice are going to be used in some capacity, mostly for damage and things. They'll show up when they show up. It's pretty easy to understand. Don't think about it. Don't think that you're being creative, kind of thing. I'm using the D10. No, you're not. Tokens. Yeah, it's kind of mandatory that you have tokens available to you. And it's for a very particular reason. Well, you don't need tokens! The game literally says that you should get, like, you'll need these tokens. The game says that there are several mechanics and throughout the game that says place tokens on things. Your actual initiative system is reliant on tokens. So just understand that. If anyone ever tells you you don't need tokens or anything, kill them with hammers. And if you go, actually, I'm going to give you a Reddit react. So, when you roll dice, you'll add dice. One of the weirder things is they also think everyone reading this book is retarded. You'll add tokens to help you count the modifiers to the roll. Now, this is a weird one, but then I realized, oh wait, this is an AP podcast game, that makes a lot more sense. if you go into Daggerheart with the assumption that this is going to be played on an AP podcast with a crew behind you, and or like you're going to be effectively writing out the plot beforehand, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because being able to do basic mental math, otherwise known as what's D12 plus 2, everybody, is something that is a lot. That's not very visual, but if you have the funny tokens, that means you can start putting out the tokens, and if you put out the tokens, you can say like, oh wow, look, he's got 2 bonuses. Whoa! That's literally what it is. Whoa! Generally speaking, just use whatever's available. If you want to be really specific, you can just use dice for it. If you are using dice, make sure that everyone is using different dice, or different colored dice at least. So, understand that. And then you will need cards. People literally bitch and moan about me that, oh, you don't like the cards. I don't like the cards. I think the cards are stupid. Okay? I think that they're dumb. But why? Why do you think they're dumb, Notepad? Because they just feel like they are there not for good reasons, if that makes sense. And it's like, oh, part of me does not like the fact that I have to, like, cards are a thing that you should definitely require to use. I don't like that. If it was just a, here's a thing, they do make it easier to track and usability. That is the exact fucking line I hear every time. I do not give a shit about that. You seem to like the card. I don't like cards. I don't like them. They're not my thing. I don't like them. I don't like them in any game, really. They annoy me. I don't know why. They just do. So there's my decisive opinion, Noonie. I don't like them. And again, this is not an objective review, because if this was an objective review, I would say game cards are there because Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition had them, and they are necessary for the concept of facilitating a lot of different abilities that you are going to have, but we have to make sure that we're regimented out and also sequestered away from each other. But we're not objective here. This is an opinion channel, and I have a bottle of vodka next to me, so I don't care for the card. I don't like the fact that cards are baked in with a lot of things. I think they're annoying. And provide useful to a vast. Well, yeah, no, Matt has even said before, like, you can't run games like him. He knows that. Vodka this early? Zam. Yeah, because I'm going over fucking, like, because I'm going over Daggerheart, and I didn't want to go over Daggerheart, but I'm being forced to, because Horse is going to keep bothering me if I don't. Luckily, I do give them credit. I do give Darrington Press credit. You are not forced to use the playbook versions anymore. This is an amazing feat. You do not need to use the playbook variants of the character sheets. I still recommend it, because there's really no reason you shouldn't use the playbook variants. But here is the blank character sheet. Yes, you can use a blank character sheet. Now, I don't know about you, but I like being able to write things down in my own shorthand with things. This does not cover nearly enough. You will either need to use the back of the sheet, or you will have a second piece of paper out there with all your abilities. I find it annoying, but that's a me thing. This is an opinion show that happens to be about elf games. I'm going to keep reiterating that every single fucking time. This is an opinion show about, yeah. But when it comes to this, they do have the character guides and stuff like that. This is literally how you just write in things. If you're going to be playing Daggerheart, Bottom Text TM, AP Podcast, Revenge of the Lich King, or whatever, every player is going to have one of these, and on the back is what they're going to just write in effectively. I don't like playbook styles. Not my thing. Never have been my thing. This is what a character sheet looks like, though. They did fix that up, so you can have a blank one. They say maps or miniatures are optional. Generally, they are. I think this is a very important note. Generally speaking, I will say maps and miniatures are optional, with a very large asterisk by it. We'll talk about that when we get down to combat a little bit more. This is a very large asterisk, this statement, for a very particular reason. So, player principles. Table for all, don't be racist. Luckily I am. So, wow, here's the exciting adventures. Don't worry about it. There's no setting to Daggerheart, and that's on purpose. They're doing the thing where it's what, the fruitful void. I don't know if Horace is here. He can help me with this. That's his favorite thing. Or the not fruitful void. That's when you don't have mechanics and you're claiming that you do. It's what's the term for when you don't want to write a setting and you're just claiming that you're writing a setting by just putting in nonsense? Help me out here, people. I don't know. I think it's annoying. Not my thing. I like settings. I think settings are important. Mosaic strict, not mosaic strict. You're on the right track. It's for settings and it's fuck, what's the term? They use it for a bunch of OSR games where they just say like, there's cat people. Like, there's cat people. Anti-canon, that's it. Yes, anti-canon. I fucking hate Zanzibarding. I really hate anti-canon. I think it's very dumb. I like settings where there's detailed information about things going on and power and things happening, but it's open enough that you can fit in what you want. Errant Earth is a game that I'm writing right now. I like Errant Earth's writing, and I have a very specific reason why I'm writing it that way. It's very generic, but it's also, here's all the cool setting information you actually need to know and why things do this, but you can kind of put this world building here somewhere else if you want. If you don't want to set in the Great Lakes Confederacy, you don't have to. If you want to go to California, that's fine. You want to go to Canada, that's fine. That's great. Yeah, you don't like it, you can remove it. Yeah, man, it's my game. I would do that too. Exactly. It's like, anti-canon always feels like a cop-out for a lot of things. It's like, oh, well, there's no... It's just different worlds. And I know what they're trying to do here. And what they're trying to do here, they're trying to sell you on books later on because this is going to be a vehicle for further content. Always remember that. Daggerheart is not a game, it is a vehicle for further content. But again, that is not objective Notepad speaking. Objective Notepad has to say, this is good, because reasons. Because objective Notepad is objective and a reviewer man, while Notepad Anon is an opinionated asshole who doesn't like this and doesn't want to be here. But he is, because I care about you all. So, most of the idea when they're talking about the core realms, it's, though you have the mortal realms, you're alive. The hollows above, it's heaven. The circles below, it's hell. The realms beyond, it's elemental nightmare realms or whatever. Magic is bizarre. I'm gonna talk about magic here because it's a very weird thing to talk about. Technically, no character has magic unless they have the card stating they have magic. You do not have Vancian magic in this system. You don't have open magic in this system. You have card-based magic. I would call it card-based magic. And if they ever say, oh, these are references, understand, this is in the core fucking rulebook. These are mandatory. These are a thing that, this is not a helpful little guide. This is a thing that you are supposed to be using. But, again, objective Notepad. When you have a spell ability, for example, healing field there, that is your thing. You have once per long rest, conjure a field of plants around you, and you heal, whatever. Spend hope to do things. Part of me likes it. There's a very specific one that I actually like. Some of the spell cards are very underwhelming. And some that kind of goes for a lot of the abilities in general, to be honest, but that kind of goes there. This is a very important concept as well. Flavoring your game. All of this shit, everything we're going to be talking about now, doesn't fucking matter. Reflavor it. It doesn't matter. Just reflavor it. You don't have a healing field. You've got the magnetic Helo Swarm or whatever, and that does the exact same thing, but now it's nanites or whatever. Flavor it, everything as you feel appropriate. If you want to be really, if you really want to be generic about that, you shouldn't even have healing field. You should have AoE healing ability. It's on 4 for this. That's all it is. It's the AoE healing ability. And with all the abilities, you don't have that, any of that lore bits. Don't have any of that. Remove it. You don't need it. It is pointless to have. So, let's get to character creation. They say session 0, like, oh, well, we need to think about character concepts and all these things. For some baffling reason, they think that making a character is going to take like an hour and a half. Actual characters take you about 20 minutes to make, and it's mostly that, and 15 of those minutes are going to be arguing with people about what what abilities that you have the right to take, because you can't share ability cards. By actuality, you're not allowed to share share abilities with other players. But that doesn't matter. Objective Notepad here. They're trying to sell you a feature of TRPGs with their own bug fix. Oh, it's not even that. It's not that. It's DLC. That's the goal here. What's going to happen? Why can't you what? Why can't you share abilities? I will explain in a minute. It is an optional rule to share abilities. Remember, it is an optional rule that a GM has to say yes or no to. But so, choose your class. There are a handful of classes in the game. You have Bard, you have Druid, you have Guardian. Guardian's pretty much your fighter. It's kind of worded a bit weird. Ranger. Rangers still suck, but I love them. Rogue, obviously. The Seraph is a paladin, a very specific paladin that you're kind of put into a very specific line of thinking with. Sorcerer, of course. And then you have Warrior. Warriors and Guardians are... Guardian is a tank, Warrior is your aggro fighter. You could have probably put them together, but the most important thing you really need to worry about is these. A wizard, as you can see, is a Codex Splendor. A little too split. Alright. But if we scroll up to... the Seraph, for example, the Seraph is also a Splendor and Valor. All of your technical ability points and all of your things come from these. These are domains. Conceptually, I like the idea of this. Execution-wise, it's kind of mid. What happens is that the wizard and the seraph are sharing cards and abilities. Actually, no, I gotta reiterate, gotta remember. I have to remember. This is... Are there a tiefling? Yes, of course there's a tiefling-like species. I have to remember I need to be objective and I need to be kind. So, I like the idea of the domains. However, they do share and overlap with one another. And your abilities that you are supposed to draw from a deck, but they're not cards. Remember that. The cards aren't real. They're just abilities that you're supposed to select different abilities from your domain. Not telling you that there are 3 level 1 abilities per domain, so there's going to be some crossover. Some of them are a lot more better than others. But hey, again, we're trying to be objective here, right, people? This is what you want. You want an objective notepad. You don't want opinionated. You don't want... You don't want the opinion show. You want this. So, one thing when they're talking about subclasses is when you take a class, you get a subclass right away. I clicked the wrong button. If you want to know why Daggerheart's book is 250 fucking megs, is because there's a lot of links here, and I give them credit. Whoever designed the book knew what they were doing, and every single thing here is linked properly. But Bard's pretty easy, Druid's pretty simple to understand. Guardian and Warrior do share a lot. They share a lot there. They're 2 aspects of a fighter. If you want to play Fighter Man, McFighter Man, you are technically doing the Warrior. If you are playing a tank fighter, you're playing a Guardian. This does in fact mean that you can multi-class fighter in this game, but we don't talk about it. But yeah, Ranger, gotta see this. Rogue. This is what I mean, like, the Seraph is kind of weird because you can get flight right away, as well as be, dominate the battlefield with a legendary weapon. Seraph is effectively, I want to be the protagonist class. Sorcerer, obviously. You love Sorcerer, Warriors, and Wizard. So then we choose our heritages. Also, you're level 1 to begin with, though you will level up to level 2 very quickly. Oh, give me 1 second. I have to fix this real fast because again, the cards aren't real, of course, as we know. The cards are just there as abilities, right? So we need to shame on you. We gotta get rid of that real fast. We gotta make sure that it's correct. There we go. There we are. We did it, everybody. We fixed it. We fixed Daggerheart, everybody. Because the cards aren't real, obviously. They're just ability references, right? They're not important. They aren't part of the game. Right? Then you're going to be choosing this. Like, yeah, it's your ancestry. Take a card. Oh, wait. No, give me 1 second. Gotta fix this again, too. I'm sorry, everyone. The cards are just references, so they aren't actually that important. So we should be able to just go here and then replace it with the word abilities. There we are. There we are. I'm making Daggerheart great again, everybody. Just the way Spencer would want. But you kind of see there's a lot here. Like, wow, there's a bunch of races. There's 6, 12, 18 different races. What? How is this possible? Understand, this is not 18 races. These are 2 abilities per that you can freely mix and match if you wish. Some are a lot better than others. You should never play a raw human. You always play a half human. Because humans have the most ass ability in the game. But yeah, you see all of these? There you go. These are 18 different ones. Technically, you also get a community. This is where that anti-canon stuff comes in. You're from a highborn community. You're from a slyborn community. What slyborn, really? You're from a wanderborn community. It comes up. It's literally a single ability that you get, some of which boil down to do a thing. Amaranth here, for example, is a wildborn. This is all that it is. Have advantage on rolls to move without being heard. I add, literally, Lightfoot is you add a d6 to stealth. That is what Wildborn's all about. You add a d6 to stealth. This is your ancestry ability. As a giant, you get an additional HP slot, and you treat anything with melee range as very close instead. Even though, fundamentally speaking, with Amaranth, I really shouldn't have been a giant. Giants are actually fundamentally useless to me because that's not how I'm playing. But hey, again, what I should have done is subbed out reach for something more useful. So I should have been a half something, just to min-max my background. Nine class, consider bare bones classes, or technically a lot of room for APers to make their own. Oh yeah, I can almost guarantee you, almost immediately, that there's going to be people making their own custom classes. There's going to be people making their own custom abilities and stuff, almost immediately. And they've already announced that that's going to be a thing. There's already an SRD. There's already a license out. I give it probably about 2 weeks before Jam comes out and people are making free content. Oh yeah, no, half-elves are objectively better than most. Don't worry. Now, you do get a very limited number of character traits. Now, these are your character traits. Everyone is going to have a 2-1-1-0-0 -1 at start here. And at the end of the day, what these are these 3 things. You don't have skills necessarily. You have these. Because I have a +1 presence, I get a +1 anytime I'm doing a charm, performance, or deception check. Anytime I'm sprinting, leaping, or maneuvering, I get a +1 because of my agility. Some of these, as you can kind of see, are a little bit more than others. There's no restrictions or anything of what you can and can't do. You can put in there however you wish. That's kind of a nature of how you want to handle things. When it comes down to this, you can improve yourself, not very much though. Like, you can bump these up by like 1. Don't expect to get like a +4 or +5 or anything. No, it's going to be like +3 at best. You don't really need these. Weirdly enough, there are some aspects of this which I'm like, I don't hate. Other aspects I'm like, why are you here? Are you here solely because D&D has attributes and you need that? Or are you here for a deeper reason? Because as you can kind of see over here, like, the crossbow technically uses my finesse to hit, but it doesn't really affect any of my damage die. That's all matters up here. So it's like, and no matter what, whatever weapon you're going to choose, you're going to put the +2 or you're going to put the +1 or whatever in that thing. Why wouldn't you? Again, this is not an optimized character. This is not a good character by any stretch of the imagination either. What I should have done is I should have put finesse instead into agility and agility 1 into instinct to put 0 in finesse. But why? Because the crossbow isn't that good. I should have been min-maxing in for my sling later on so I can sling people to death. But very simple to assign character traits, takes about 5 seconds. Now, your evasion. How hard is it to actually hit you? This is your target number to hit. Now, a seraph, for example, here, if we go down here, actually, here, a seraph has, where the fuck is it? Yeah. Seraph has an evasion of 9. That means that the enemy needs to roll a d20 and beat a 9 to actually hit you. However, if we go up here to the rogue, they have an evasion of 12. Your base evasion means that you usually don't have abilities to mitigate damage or get rid of it as easily as someone saying a seraph or something like that, where you have a lot more ways to mitigate damage. Generally speaking, you're going to be starting with a 9, 12, or I believe 9, 12, or I think 6. I think fighter has 6 or 10. There's a 10 there. Yeah. There aren't too many options when it comes to that. Some of them get a little bit weird, like wizards only have 11 for some reason, even though they probably deal with less. But hey, we need to make sure they don't die immediately. You have your 2 bars here of hit points and stress. Hit points and stress make a lot more sense when we get to combat. Understand, hit points are not real hit points. This is you probably referring to the concept of hit points as wounds. Wounds would be a better term to use that, because that's, I think, a better way of wording it. If you word it as the idea of so true, Brett. So true, Breasty. Again, calling it wounds would be a better understanding of it, because if you call it hit points assumes that you're going to be understanding, you're going to be drawing from that inspiration of Dungeons and Dragons, things like that. That is not actually how it works. Understand that you have very little hit points. Then you have stress. Stress is effectively go juice. It's hard to kind of word it when I talk about the idea of go juice, but what you're doing is anytime certain abilities will call for you to mark stress, certain ability you might take stress damage. Things might happen that you will go boop, 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 and you will start marking down stress. More stress you mark down, the worse you end up being. If you run out of stress entirely, you start taking direct HP damage. This does mean, in theory, you can kill yourself with your own abilities, though that's a GM thing, effectively saying, hey, if you have to mark stress, can you kill yourself? Possibly, it would be funny. I don't think that's the case here. Again, this makes sense from the combat section a little bit more. We have hope and fear, of course. Maximum you can support is 6 hope. This is a lot better than the original version. I'm going to give you that, Darrington Press, because the original version, hope was fucking worthless. Hope was fundamentally not good. Why was the original version Hope not good? Hope was not good because you literally had to use it for two things. You used it to help people, or you used it to invoke the most lukewarm thing in the world, which is the experience system. Now they have the ability to use the Hope feature right here, 3 Hope to do that. You should always have at least 1 or 2 Hope on you. So technically when it says, oh, spend 3 to do that, don't actually spend all 3. Make sure you have 4 and have at least 1 kind of backup there. Why is that important? Because certain abilities actually trigger off of you not having Hope, or you getting your Hope damaged for some things. That's a very much a understand that Hope is a resource, but it is something that you need to not use, because using that is bad. So, choose your weapon. Daggerheart does the brave thing of not letting you use very special weapons right off the bat, because everything's kind of handed to you. You don't really need to use money at all in this game if you really don't want to, and you're not going to be really changing your weapons outside adding the word improved or advanced to them. That's just what happens. Yeah, if you have a spell casting trait, certain subclasses have spell casting. If you have spell casting, you can use magic. If you don't have a magic card, I mean ability, then you can't use it at all. But if you can still use magic weapons. Probably would be more efficient for Amarin to use a magic weapon at the end of the day, but that's just what it is. So yeah, everything starts at proficiency 1. Now, what does proficiency mean? They're going to talk about it every now and again, make it sense. This is how many die you're actually rolling. My crossbow right now does d6 plus 1 physical damage. If I had proficiency 3, for example, I would do 3d6 plus 1 damage. If I had 6, I would do 6d6 plus 1 damage. That's the that's the note there. That's the 1, 2, 3s. Then we have armor. So, armor, again, makes a lot more sense in combat. Understand the most important thing in the world is this is how you're not going to die. If you don't have it, if you don't have armor, I believe I would need to double check, and we're going to double check it, mind you, but there's a good chance that you just die outright. Yeah, it's your armor score, how many armor points you have. These are what armor slots are. So, for example, I have 3 armor. That means I can mark these little shields down here to reduce damage by 1 step, so I don't take wounds. Hello, Notepad. Can we die now in this version of Daggerheart? You can die. It takes a while for you to die, though. I will say that. Actually, no, that's actually not the right way of wording it. Depending on what you're fighting, you will either get mulched very quickly, or it will be wiffle ball fighting. It really depends on how the GM is choosing to run the encounter and what enemies are in the encounter. If you have enemies that don't do that much, and you have abilities to mitigate things, or you are doing a lot of crap, it is effectively on the player and the GM to make the combat interesting and for you to actually die in. And if the GM wants to, they can just fucking murder you. It is very easy to just get fucking mulched. That's a thing for me, though. So, choose starting items. You don't really get starting items. Like, these are what you end up with. It's very simple stuff. And you also get some special class equipment. Class equipment doesn't do anything. Now, your background technically leads into your experiences. Now, why do I hate experiences as much as I do? I do not like these because you have to spend a funny currency on them. So, these are ways for you to express your backstory. Okay, you start with 2 experiences at +2. Yes, you are spending a meta currency to get a +2 to your 2d12 roll. Why? one of those things where the concept is fine because it's effectively right-end skills. I think that's one of the most important aspects about this. At the end of the day, all an experience is a right-in skill. Hey, I'm a chef of the royal family. I'm a runaway. I'm a lone wolf. I'm a gambler. I'm a animal whisperer. Or you catch me if you can, or whatever. They're right-in skills. But you can only invoke your right-in skills if you spend the currency, which is like, oh, brave move. Brave move. Yeah, a lot of this is just saying, well, they're not real skills. They're your experiences. Oh. Yeah, very basic ones. Amaranth here has the only two correct experiences: a vagabond mercenary ranger and a notorious sex pest. Because you can just write that in, and it's funny. And that's how effectively how I've always made Amaranth, because Amaranth has shown up in a couple games that I've taken place in. He's usually not a giant or anything, but usually he's a ranger. He's usually a sex pest, with the idea being that he's hopelessly unlucky with women. That's the entire joke. You said vagabond mercenary ranger. Since all parts of the setting are interchangeable, it can be assumed that true wealth comes from elsewhere in the universe. Maybe the made giant Johnny Bravo. Yes, I made giant Johnny Bravo. That's how I make all my rangers. It's just variants of Johnny Bravo. Hey. Again, every ranger ends up either being Johnny Bravo or Elvis Presley, or some variant of that. It's just the way that it is. But yeah, Hope adds experience modifier to the roll's results. Technically, you have to, it's before you make an action or reaction roll. If this line was not there, I think this mechanic could work a little bit better. You may be wondering why. Because if, let's say, for example, I roll my dice, and I'm like, oh no, I rolled a 7, I rolled an 8, and then I need a 10, and then I could say, oh, well, I'm going to spend hope, invoke my experience, get that +2. If that could work a little bit better, awesome. This is good. Like, we can do something like that. But the fact that it's spent before, what you have to do is you spend the meta currency to get a +2 to your roll, which is extremely underwhelming. Especially early on. You can improve it later on when you level up. If we go here, you can see right here when it comes to this. Yeah, gain a plus. So till level 4, you will have a +3 maximum if you choose to take this. At level 5 to 7, you will have a +4 to your experiences. Then at level 8 to 10, you will have the privilege of making your things a +5. At level 8 to 10, the end of the game. Yeah, you're never going to get like those huge bonuses when it comes to your experience. Considering his crossbow, he puts a new spin on Bag 'em and Tag 'em. Hey, I've got 21 people. Why are you all here? This is Notepad Anon rants about a game he doesn't want to go over. Why are you here? Just to suffer alongside me? Hello, everyone, by the way. But it's little lines like this that bug me, and I'm like, I don't like experiences because of this line. If this wasn't here, remove that, cool. Experiences make a little bit more sense. It's a boost. It's the, I'm about to miss the jump, I got that just because I'm a little bit better. But that's not the case. Or if they were more impactful. If this was like if my experience was like +5, then hell yeah, I would be like, okay, the hope makes sense. Spend hope, get something out of this, because this is a big bonus. However, that's not the case, and it's a fucking +2 with 2d12 already. So it's like, okay, your experiences are never going to be the thing that is defining in like a big like, oh wow moment. It's never what's going to happen. And if anyone says, well, I use my experience to do this, you got a +2 to it. That is ultimately what it is. It is a right-in skill worth +2 that requires you to spend a currency to actually use it. No currency? Just use base experience system, works fine. Awesome. Big bonus, use hope, cool, works. The fact that it's low bonus plus use the currency bothers me. Do not mesh. For me, anyway. Objectively speaking, objective kind notepad. Hey, everybody, look at an ad. Love Critical Daggerheart, specifically love Daring to Press Brand and Associates. It's look at the funny man cry. It's like one of the things when it comes to, Notepad's afraid of gambling. Yeah, I don't like gambling, especially when it comes to experiences. When it comes to write-in skills, I like people being able to actively use their write-in skills because it makes people feel better. I say, cool, because I am playing Johnny Bravo, I want to hit on people, and I get a bonus to hitting on people. But you can also use this as a double-edged sword, or you can use there's things you could do with experience that make it more interesting. They chose not to do that though, and I'm like, okay, you tried. Good on you. You tried, and that's really all I can say. Objective Notepad says experience. It does not physically assault me. There's more that you could do with it. It will be used by people, or it will be completely forgotten by others. My guess would be that experience is only going to be actively used. Actually, no, I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. What's going to happen is that they're going to remove that line. They're going to remove this line. Not on purpose, but on accident. Because one player is going to say, "Oh shit, I needed to add my my Vagabond Ranger to it. Oh, shit, hey GM, can I spend hope and just add that +2 to it?" And be like, "All right." And the second that occurs, the second someone accidentally forgets, suddenly everyone's going to start forgetting and using it reactively. All it takes is literally one mistake for this entire rule to be forgotten. Unless you have someone in your ear talking to you. But again, we're trying to be nice. Yeah. Now we get to choose your... Oh, wait a second. I gotta fix it. I'm sorry, everybody. Because again, the cards don't matter. The cards don't matter. So it's a choose your domain abilities. Remember, everyone. Choose your domain abilities. Domain expansion. Infinite Sprug Workshop. Infinite Gamble Core. But, so, domains are the building block of your class. Okay, these are all of these. Okay, each domain has a... Oh, wait a second. Oh, no. Oh, what are we going to do here, everybody? But the cards aren't real. The cards are just reference abilities. They're just references to our abilities. They're not real. What are we going to do here, everybody? Well, obviously... we don't do anything because this is literally written in the game that you're going to have a deck of cards. Understand that basic into the game. Objective nice notepad. It doesn't physically assault me. 10 out of 10. So a deck of cards contains abilities and spell central theme or focus. Yeah. My guess would be we're going to see a frequent influx of different card themes. I don't think they're ever... I do not think they will introduce new domains. I don't think they're going to do that. I think we're going to just see every year or so, or anytime they do a new campaign or whatever, or someone wants something special, there's going to be 10 or 15 new domain cards coming out for all of them. And it'll be like a bunch of level 1 cards, some level 2 cards, or it'll be like the Welcome to the Bone expansion, where you get like a dozen new Bone cards, or Welcome to the Grace expansion, where you get a dozen new Grace cards, or whatever. That's the idea there. People have joked that it's going to be MTG. Oh my god, predatory, gotcha. I don't think use packs or cleric domains. No clerics, actually. Weirdly enough, no clerics. Clerics are not in the game. They're Seraph. The Seraph system, you don't... They're more like paladins, but not really. Yeah, there's no clerics in this. That was one of those weird omissions. But they also realize that you can't heal in this game. Healing is extremely powerful, and you literally cannot do it. And if you can do it, it is expend a big resource. I want you to imagine playing a cleric in a game where you are unable to heal. Lack of art skills, yes. Is there an SRD? Yes, there is. Announced when the game came out. Came out exactly when. No, it does not use orc, by the way. Important note, it does not use orc from what I could see. Because orc was a meme and no one used it. So, we've understood this. It's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be like gacha cards or anything. I think, again, every year or so, there's going to be the new one, and it's going to be a little deck you're going to buy. Because that's cheap and easy and fun. It's cheap, easy, and fun to make little cards and abilities and sell that as a DLC every once in a while. People are going to print out, people are going to make their own. It doesn't really matter. So, yeah, take a look at all the level 1 cards from your class's 2 domains. Choose 2 cards, showing the rest of their respective decks. One from each domain or 2 from a single domain. So, each class shares domains with at least one other class. Blaze shared by Guardian and the Warrior. Sages by the Druid and the Ranger. Grace shared by the Bard and Rogue. If a fellow player's class has the same domain as yours, we encourage you to coordinate with them and choose different cards from that domain deck. This way, each player feels distinct and shines when they bring their unique abilities to the story. However, if everyone agrees, make an exception. Base rules say, make sure that you don't share the abilities. Base rules, this is the intended ways, don't share your abilities. However, you can if you want. If you need extra copies of a card, you can download and print them at home. You know, but again, cards aren't real. They're fake, right? They aren't real. They're just abilities, right? There's the abilities. Doesn't matter. Oh, we got a manly co-host. Not even a new manly, because oh wait, that's the wrong one. Not even a new manly. We just got a classic mercenary manly. Because we don't need a new one. Because Daggerheart isn't new. Ratty toaster. Yeah, they're using a custom license that they're using for everything. Why don't we get manly chair surrender to oblivion? But yeah, it's one of those things where I think 97% of GMs, 97% of them, going to ignore this system entirely, and they're just going to say pick whatever you want. Now, what do I mean by this? I'm going to go down to the back of the book with all the cards and stuff in them. So we'll use the fighter ones here. You get 3 for a level 1 domain. You get 3 cards effectively. Now when you hit level 2, you get 2. You get 2 cards. At 3, you get 2 cards. Then at 4, you get 2 cards. Yeah. Effectively, every time you level up and you get new abilities and such, you effectively have an option of 1 or 2, and if you are sharing your domains with people, that might mean you have 1 option. Understand that. You might have 1 option. As appropriate. Are there a ton of abilities? No, there is not. There is not a ton of abilities. It looks like there's a lot of abilities. There are not. Because remember, you are constrained to your class here, your domain. That's all that matters. So, but hey, you know what? It's fine, you know. And then you get things like yeah, some of these make a little bit more sense. Some of these are not abilities. I think that's an important thing to understand. Some of these are not abilities. They are passives. Make a little bit more sense when we get to that section. Because remember, we're just finishing up with character creation. Connections also don't mean anything. So, This is what a basic character will look like. Here are all the domains. Yeah, again, my guess is we're going to see the dual classing, like, oh, I want to play a fucking Codex Blade or whatever, which is just a Gish. I want to play a Splendor Bone, whatever. Okay. Nothing too complicated there. Really, right now, if you really want to, you could probably make a million classes in about 15 minutes. They're not too complicated to make. But why would the classes overlap if the players are not supposed to overlap? Fantasy Daggerheart is again, it's Funko Fantasy. The second you realize Daggerheart is Funko Fantasy, it makes a lot more sense. Yeah, 90 domain classes are like a half paragraph each. To give you an idea of what a class really is at the end of the day, we'll go with like a sorcerer, for example. What it is a base evasion, base evasion, base health, a hope ability, and then class feature, or a class feature for some of them, because some of them get a class feature. One. This is really the only thing that I would really consider to be difficult to make would be the class features. But generally speaking, if you really look at that, if you have to apply a move logic, if that makes sense. Move logic from PBTA, Blades in the Dark, and such. Once you apply that logic to this, the class features click together a lot easier. That is very much a you thing. That is something that you have to remember. Yeah, we're going to see that. Now, reading the domain of card... God, I keep referencing the cards, guys. We can't have that referencing domain abilities. Right, everybody? I'm going to keep emphasizing this, because anyone who ever claimed, oh, you don't need the cards, is lying, because the game really assumes that you're going to be using the cards. And I don't like the cards very much, because I don't like having exteriors. I don't like that. That is a me thing. That is Notepad Anon on the opinion channel on fucking Elf Games. Remember that, people. But effectively, one of the increasingly powerful domain cards. The level is what ability you can actually end up with, your domain, what it's actually for. Then we get to the recall cost. Recalls are a little bit weird, and I'm going to explain that. God fucking damn it, everything's linked. And everything's linked together. That means it's a pain in the... You can't click on anything in this without throwing yourself around. But the concept behind the recall cost is after level 5, you have more cards than in your loadout. Now, you may be wondering, what's a loadout? A loadout is 5 cards you effectively have in front of you and saying that is your current loadout, your ability loadout. This covers everything. Now, let's say I want to use the Rune Ward ability here. But I don't have a Rune Ward currently in my loadout. It's in my vault. It is being unused curse personally. What I can do is I can burn my stress. I am marking my stress ability here to replace one of my cards with the Rune Ward card. So Notepad, you may be wondering, you may be asking me, so what does this mean in story? It means in story we're playing Borderlands, and we love Borderlands, everybody, and Dragon Age Inquisition. Yeah, your abilities, you don't actually get to use all of your abilities at once. Some of them will end up going in your Cuck Vault, effectively, and some of them will be locked in there permanently if you use them. Mostly the very powerful abilities that really do something very big and impressive, they will get locked away in the Cuck Vault. Really customized characters and homebrew a subclass. Domains seem like an attempt to integrate that homebrewing process into the game. Yes. Yeah, it's what you're doing is you're really making, and that's going to happen as well, Princess. Is you're going to have the warrior type, and then people are going to be making subclasses, which will be their own little cards, and that's going to be your subclasses, which are technically 3 abilities each, by the way, over gradually increasing power levels. What does this actually mean, Mr. Notepad? That means that you're going to be using 3 separate cards. But yeah, it's not MTG, it's all reference cards. They took the concept of a reference card from 4E and a bunch of other games, and they integrated that as a main mechanic. And that's one of the parts that bother me. It, instead of being a pleasant reference, an optional reference thing, it became a, or at least cool warlock-patron relationships? No, none of that. Come on, Zimber. We have to sell you that later on. Instead of it being precise, if that makes sense, instead of saying, here's all your abilities, you have acquired these abilities by leveling up, you've got all these things, cool. It is, the reference cards have now become a integrated part of the system. Here's the recall cost, here's the, and because of like, why though? Because they don't want you to feel too powerful or get overwhelmed. On the other hand, some cards are going to only be really used once, and if you use them once, that means you gotta sub them out. There's 2 ways you can look at this. You can look at it through a positive angle, or you can look at it through a negative angle. Positive angle, this is literally a system to help people who have never played TTRPGs before. This is a, how do I want to, this is a system designed for people who only watch Critical Role and do not understand what TTRPGs are. If you do that, this is video gaming. Video games. And the Bratty Toaster Diaz. This is a video game mechanic. Because I want you to all to imagine, close your eyes, everyone, and imagine with me. You are playing a CRPG. You are playing an Owlcat game, Baldur's Gate, any of those things. Well, maybe not Baldur's Gate 3, but Baldur's Gate 1 or 2, or whatever. You're playing that. And you've got 5 cards. You've got 5 abilities actively that you can hit 1, 2, 3, or 4 with, and you would activate, and they're using them during combat. And during that combat, during those encounters, you're like, shit, I need to use this other ability, and I could swing that out, build a little resource, and being able to use different abilities and such. As a CRPG, not a bad idea, honestly. Would it boil down into a roguelike deck building RPG? Yes, it would. The final ultimate, it's the, you know, it's the fucking everything turns into a crab eventually. That is the end state of all games as a roguelike deck builder. I'm playing metaphor. Does that apply? No. Bad, Wuso. You can't do that. That's one of those disgusting JRPGs. Nothing like that. That's too much fun. But you're effectively subbing out your abilities like that. However, this is something important. If you... Doing that in a video game is a lot different than doing that in person. And it feels weird to do it in person. Because I'm like, okay, you have a mechanic that is effectively saying I have to spend a resource to have the ability to do something that I already can do, but I am arbitrarily restricted on doing it. But by virtue of game mechanics. It's... I've never heard of that. I've never ever have I heard JRPG described as too much fun. But yeah, that's the current weird shit going on, and why, again, I have such a distaste in my mouth regarding domain, the cards, because it's very much PC gaming logic. It's CRPG logic. I do not care for the cards because you don't even get that much out of them. It's not like these are holy amazing, holy shit abilities. Some of them are you get hope, or you have to spend hope to do something. Because remember, not all of these are you get to do something. Some of them are spend hope, spend a resource, spend something, mark stress to do something. It's like, But again, hey, what do I know, right? So they invented Vancian magic for all skill. Not even really like Vancian magic. That's one thing. They don't have Vancian magic per se. They just have very restricted, because there comes a point that if you fuck up and sub out a card or something, Well, let's haphazardly put the toaster right there. There we go. We'll there we go. We got the whole crew today. But yeah, it's very odd because you can technically sub out all of your spells. Somebody murdered us. You can technically sub out all of your spells if you decide to do that. Yes, he did deliberately kill the bratty toaster earlier. So, of course, we've got our classes. So this is really all a class is. If you really want to know what breaks down a class, it's this. Class items, they don't do anything. Don't think about that. Most of them, really the most important thing is right here. Ooh, excuse me. If you want to be a bit conservative when it comes to base class design, everything is going to have a, roughly speaking, 8, 10, 12 evasion. Roughly speaking, 5 to 7 health. 5 to 7 health. 2 domains. Hope feature. Most hope features cost 3 hope to actually do. And then a big class feature. Those are really all they are. Now, interesting thing here, for 3 hope, distract a target within close range, giving them a -2 to their difficulty. 3 hope for a -2. Useful? No, not particularly. If it was all targets, okay. But no, it's really just 1 for a -2. There's a lot of little... You might be better off using that hope to give advantage. Because remember, you can use it as advantage to help people out and get bonuses. Hope was probably a better option of using that than using the Bards feature, but Bards also get the Rally die, which is just a free D6 that they can give everybody whenever they want. Then you got your 2 subclasses. I could go down through every single one of these and be like, oh, well, here's this, here's the... I'm not really going to do that. This is very much a read it on your own kind of thing. Most are pretty simple when it comes to how you do. You get things such as the... You get things such as the Druid with all their beast form stuff, which is you just get all of these abilities. Hey, I transform into a arachnid. Cool, here's all the abilities I get. I turn into a coyote. Here's all my abilities that I get. Make sure you min-max your stress, because you're going to need as much stress as possible if you want to transform into things. Tier 2, and then you get a bunch of legendary beasts, legendary hybrids. Yeah, you can kind of choose however you want. Mind you, these are endgame things, so just know that. Yeah, some of these are... Yeah, mind you, this is the entirety. The entirety of a class is this page. This is it. Not too much. So one thing about it is, when it comes to the subclass, so this is the Stalwart subclass. You start with Foundation to begin with. You take the subclass card with Foundation. Later on, you get the Specialization. Later on, you get the Mastery. These are technically 3 separate cards. You kind of see with Amarin. Amarin just has the Wayfinder Foundation. When it comes to the Ranger, this is what he gets. He will have to get the Specialization and Mastery cards later on. Rangers still aren't very good. They're trying. Yeah, Elusive Predator. They're doing the thing with Rangers where they're magic as well. They don't really need to be, but they do. Yeah, as Amarin, I get to have a lot of damage. That's my gimmick. That's my gimmick. I hurt people with a bow. Also, appreciate Big Kitty. Oh, Manly has made his debut yet again in Daggerheart. Asteroids wrote this game. Which is Mad Wizards. Not really characters. They have some generic... Some of them are a little bit interesting. I'm going to give them that. Like, some of the actual enemies in the bestiary are kind of interesting, but... they're there. Now, this is also a fairly important thing. You'll see sheets like this. What does this mean? Well, if we put it over like this, you can make a little bit more sense. What you're supposed to do is print out the Ranger Companion sheet, and you fold it and you put it onto the side of your character sheet. I wonder if we can use the Ranger here. So, what you're supposed to do is kind of overlay these together if you have a companion, and that's how it is supposed to be. Make sure you tape it or something like that if you want. It's there. You're going... Full-on certain characters are going to have, like, multiple sheets, effectively. Kind of awkward in some regards, kind of not, depending. That's a pick your poison kind of thing. Printing this out is a fucking nightmare. Do not print this page out. Or make this white and print it out. It's not worth it. This will murder a printer, and I will feel sad for the printer. But... yeah, rogues, seraph, like, this is the closest thing to, like, a cleric you can get, like, cleric paladin. They don't have anything really religious in it. If you are a divine wielder, you have a protagonist weapon. If you are a winged sentinel, you can fucking fly. What's your ability? Fucking fly. No religions. Yeah, no religions or anything. There's no setting, Simmer. You have to remember that. There's no setting. Yeah, these are all very... The Seraph is effectively a paladin. It's a paladin with no god. Yeah, nothing like that. Sorcerers, obviously. Warriors, pretty simple stuff. Warriors, yeah, welcome to the Warriors Hope feature. Spend 3 hope to gain +1 bonus to your next ret. Yeah. I don't know if this stacks either. If it would be funny if it did stack. Yeah, warriors fucking kill people. That is the secret. If you want to play a character who kills people, you are playing a warrior. All of the Slayer. Wizard. So now we get to our ancestries. Now, ancestries are also a card. Now, this may seem, wowzers, this seems really extensive. It's not. It's really not. You get this, and you gain this. These are really all you need or get. Like, a lot of this is kind of just exterior notes and stuff. If you want to play Dragonborn, here's how you play Dragonborn. I want to play a dwarf. Cool. Here's how you play dwarves. What is it? You know, what does being a dwarf mean? This. Dwarves aren't even that great because you have to burn stress or spend hope to do things. You're spending the meta currency. Now, the value of the elf is very important. You may be wondering why are elves as impressive as they are. Because they get this, allows them to take additional downtime moves. That's very nice. A half-elf can just rest longer, and by virtue of resting, you get more shit you can do. You do not play a half-elf because it's interesting. You're playing a half-elf because you want to enter trance so you can actually heal everybody properly. Fairy, yes, you can also flee. You can be a fairy. Hey, I want to play a fairy, and I want to play a fairy seraph. Don't do that. It's not really as useful because you are effectively losing you're gaining 2 abilities to fly without doing much else. If you want to be really specific, you can probably do that. But yeah, here are fairies. They're effectively bug people. The fawn, kicking people is pretty good. Kicking is pretty decent. Capucine Leap, pretty all right. Anything that lets you do this is pretty fucking cracked, dealing how damage functions. Orcs also get something like that, but they get it for free. So you can spend stress. You kind of see over here. These are the Furbolg. They're just cow people, because that one guy played a Furbolg in Critical Role. Oh, hi there, not Shadowheart. Hey, Clanker's onward. Hey, Clanker. They put their god on trial and was acquitted. Yeah, no, the Dunmer from Elder Scrolls can be pretty much all of the Mer from Elder Scrolls are like quintessential elves to me because they're all just assholes. They're very funny. Even the Altmer have like weird shit going on. They don't talk about the Altmer all that much. It's not even like, oh, it's the Eldari Dominion. It's the oh hey, yeah, by the way, we literally have a society based on how fucking magically prowess you are, how good you are at magic, and how does that really shape things. You want to play a B1 battle droid? You can play a B1 battle droid in Daggerheart with absolutely zero context. It's fine. I like Furbolg. Furbolg were really put in there because the one guy from when the one guy from Critical Role played a Furbolg, I think that's why. You kind of look at the designs as well. They're very much borrowing from that look. Yeah, unshakable, fucking cracked. Why? Because you can just say nuh-uh 1/6 at a time. Charge, not as useful because you have to succeed in an agility roll. You're not spec'ing to agility. Yeah, it's not great. Also, when you succeed at an agility roll to move from far to very far, yeah, moving is kind of dumb. Fungus people. Some people are going to like the fungus people, other people are not. Here are the Tortle. They're Tortle. Don't. Oh man, they're Tortle. No, that's just what they are. Giants aren't really giants; they're more Nephilim. Technically, they can be a variety of different giants, but all they really get is they get +1 HP and they get reach. That's really all they get and all they need. Gorblins. Gorblins. Pick your poison when it comes to that. Halflings definitely exist. Yeah, halflings are pretty decent. Now, the reason why humans are kind of fucking dog shit is right here, adaptability. When you fail to utilize one of your experiences, you can mark stress to reroll. Why is this dog shit? It is because of how experiences work. What do I mean by that? So, I'm making a roll. Before that, I spend a hope to add my +2 to it. Yes, my astounding +2 to +3 at this point. I mark it, I roll my +2, +3. All right, what happens now? I fail that roll. I can mark stress to just re-roll it with a +2 or +3. Yeah, it's like, what? If this section was gone, like Mark says, hey, if you have one of your experiences, you can just re-roll it if you failed it. Cool, humans would be amazing. But they don't. It's you have to spend one of your resources to do it. And that's what it is. It's spending a resource. However, but they get high stamina. Yeah, alternatively, there are other things you could do that are better without having to spend 2 separate resources to do. Also, here are the Infernus. Here are your tieflings. They're legally distinct tieflings, though. My favorite brand. Are Seraph legally distinct Azamar? They are, no, that's the thing, because again, there's no real gods or anything, you're just a higher power, effectively. So you can be a tiefling, a tiefling seraph. Fuck, Daggerheart is Dr. Perky at D&D's Dr. Pepper. Yeah, no legally distinct, so you are an egoist Azamar. To a degree, if you want to play it like that. Again, but the Infernus don't really have any, yeah, they are descended from demons from the circles below. That's their lore. That's really all you really need to know. Also, we have cat people. Welcome to the Elder Scrolls influence, otherwise known as the Khajiit. They just added Khajiit to it. Yep. Do you like playing the Khajiit? You can just play cat people. They get a literal paragraph about them, where you can probably just replace a vast majority of this with "they're the fucking Khajiit." Play Maik the Liar. Hey, become a skooma addict. Can you play a Qatari skooma addict? Yes. Qatari have wares if you have coin. Gods are spook. I am my own god. So you say this game doesn't have a setting. It's a non-setting. That's the thing. It's a non-setting. What was it? Anti-canon. There you go. And then orc. Orcs are objectively better than humans. They are not as cracked as they were in the original version, but yeah, tusks. Tusks are pretty decent. Sturdy is pretty good. But yeah, no, like, sturdy is one of those things, like, if someone says, hey, I don't want the adaptability, I just want to be sturdy, cool, just take that. I'd be like, alright, whatever the fuck, I don't fucking care. You're not a half-orc or anything, you just are. If I remember correctly, in the original version, orcs had the ability to effectively just not die. Like, they're just like, nah. Nah, I'd win. And then the ribbits, they're frog people. They're frogs. Want to play a frog man? And then the monkey men. Monkey. Now, you may be thinking, Notepad, why are they adding monkeys? Monkey. That's why. Also, nimble. So, play a... See, if you want to be efficient about things, if you, wow, it's Sun Wukong. Oh, monkeys too? Damn. Well, the thing is, you can play half anything. So, don't take this the wrong way, anybody. But a monkey human is technically a pretty good race combo, because nimble and the extra stress does go a long way. Does the monkey man get along? Yeah, take that as you will, because here you go. Here's the mixed ancestries. Are as unique as people, cultures that inhabit it. Everyone's appearance can be shaped by blood, magic, proximity, and other things. Determine your ancestry combination. Choose your features. Yeah. Yeah, for example, you're making a goblin orc, you might say sure-footed and tusks, or the sturdy and danger sense features. Includes more than 2 ancestry reveal, includes features you can represent additional through appearance or backstory. Now, as we can see here, Infernus Ribbit, a horned toad, or I want to play a Flitterin, or I want to play a fungal, a shroom shell. I make a Tiefling Azamar hybrid. Well, there's no Azamar, but you can make a, if you really want to, you can make an Infernus halflings, you can make Infernus goblins, you can make human goblins, human cat people. If we're looking at the divine form of mankind, technically you can make a Helferbolg, if you really want, or a Fawn. Firephonin, I don't know. This does include that you can be a fairy anything, so if you really want to be, you can be a fairy dwarf. Come on, don't you want to be a fairy dwarf, everyone? Be a little fluttery fairy dwarf? Yeah, races are kind of underwhelming. Easy enough to add, because again, all of this shit really boils down to this. You get an advantage on agility rolls and a +1 to your evasion. Hey, when it comes down to it, really comes down to how ancestry features work is you get something more story related and you get something more mechanical. Yeah, Tusks used to, if I remember correctly, in the original version, Tusks automatically triggered. So if you really want to be a orc, yeah, orc giant does work. Reach is pretty good when it comes to that because it pretty much just makes melee a little bit better. Or just grabbing endurance for literally anything. A giant human is just free stats. That high stamina and free health. Go for it. Nothing's gonna stop you. Because again, these don't matter. It just makes ancestry. They could have done something interesting here. All of these voices inside my head. Stream sound like having mushroom and a turtle named Galapa. Yeah, you can play a half automaton monkey. So, yeah, like it really, it's one of those things like, yeah, these are cards, by the way, because if we go all the way back down, if we go all the way down, because cards aren't real, but remember that the cards are not real. They are a fictionalized creature that we are simply seeing. But, yeah, here's the Galapa, here's the goblins, here's halflings and stuff. This is really all your ancestry is. Could you probably write it down? Honest to God, what you could have probably done, if you want to make this a little bit easier, if that makes sense, take all of these traits and such, put them in a list, and say you get to pick 2. Pick 2 and tell me what it is. Hey, everybody. I want to play... let's play a game here, everybody. I want to play have wings plus celestial trance. Cool. What does this mean? Well, I want to play a Azamar. Cool. I have now said I am an Azamar because of that. Doesn't really matter outside of that. It's just what it is. I want to play a... let's think. Let's play a game, everybody. I'm curious. We're gonna play a game together. What are we... What fantasy race do you want to play? What fantasy race do you want to play, everyone? And you can come up with anything. Oh, I want to play more fantasy. What are we thinking? Hit me. Technically, you only get 2 abilities. You get your 2 abilities, and that's all. What fantasy race? Gargoyles. Cool, we want to make gargoyles. Cool, I want to make a gargoyle. So, at the end of the day, if we're really thinking about it, what would a gargoyle be in this situation? Well, probably it would be purposeful design plus let's see. Probably scales. There you go. There's your gargoyle. You get that +1 to your experience and you get some bonus armor. We can call it just like natural armor or something. It's the same premise. You want to do Frankenstein monster, thick skin plus you can probably just like thick skin plus probably unshakable. Flight Sturdy, Ogre, Warhammer, yeah, an Ogre, Warhammer Fantasy Ogre. Warhammer Fantasy Ogre would literally probably just be a giant, unironically. Nothing too exciting there. But I think I would have a little bit more respect for this if it was literally just, here's a bunch of different racial characteristics, fucking improvise. Here are some base ones that we came up for you. Just make whatever you want, though. But that's not the case, and the game doesn't want you to do that. So select the card, but the card isn't real. Remember that, everybody. The card isn't real. It is a fake thing that it is using to gaslight you. The cards aren't real, everyone. But we love the cards, right? You know, the cards are just reference information. Duh! Don't you know, everybody? The cards are just reference information. You can definitely write down all that information on your character sheet, obviously. Okay, everybody. On your character sheet, write down all the information that you want on it. Can't put it in your class feature, and you already wrote something there, so you have to put it on the back of your sheet. I hope people are realizing why I'm getting annoyed with the cards. I'm harping on it as much as I am because it's annoying, and I don't care for it because it does inform different aspects of design. And if they doubled down on it, I think I'd be a lot, like... If they doubled down on the aspect of you are literally using a set of loadout cards, and it's just abilities, I'd be fine with it. Honestly, just abilities, cool. Let's do it. You want to know why? Because there's some dumb shit you can do there. Oh, cool. Well, I have to trigger my card, but if I do a special trigger effect, I can't use it anymore, but I've triggered that, so I can do something really, really neat. Or, oh, hey, I gotta spend something to do it, or I can re-up it to try, but I spend strength. Cool, that's something to work with, but it's not that. It's, oh, here's the giant card, so we can, you know, we're gonna sell you races later on. Here's the ranger, the 3 fucking ranger cards, because we're gonna sell you different things later on. It's, the card thing really says this is a platform for further development of content. That's what it is. It's content. Content bottom text. But let's keep going. We're not even a quarter of the way through. Do you dislike custom cards wholly or not? Here's the thing. It's Frog Monkey Frenchman circa 2180. The concept of cards are not, I'm not directly opposed to the concept of cards. I think that's something important here. The problem I have with this is that they are reference cards that are now in the mechanics. If they were playing with the idea with the cards, I'll use a basic example. Let's say I have a card, and in that card, like, as long as it's face up, as long as I'm using it correctly, I get like a +2 to my evasion, but I can trigger it, I can tap it or something, and now I get something bigger, but I lose that evasion. Cool, I get to take an extra action, or I get to do something bigger. If they really use the cards to do something, I would be bigger in it. There's a time and a place, and this wasn't it. I think the cards were an afterthought, both a very early concept and an afterthought at the same time. If they just doubled down and just said, this is a game literally to the point where you have a set of cards in front of you, where you say, I want to use this ability, I'm using that, I want to use this ability, that's what I'm using. It is like an MMO, it is Borderlands to MMO, it's a fucking like, you know, again, why does this feel like an MMO? If it was just like that, honestly, I think there's some... I think there's an idea you can do with that. There's an idea, there's a concept there. Because suddenly, you have a very limited set of options that are very powerful that you are actively trying to manipulate. So you're looking at it, you're like, okay, I've got these abilities effectively on my hotbar. Because that's what you have to think about this, it's a hotbar. I've got these abilities on my hotbar, what do I do? And there's things you can work with that there. The thing with there is I've been playing a lot of Atlas recently because someone bought me Atlas. And in Atlas, there are exactly 6 ability. You can hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 to activate abilities. in the field, in a dungeon or whatever, you cannot adjust this. But when you're at a safe zone, you can readjust it, you can fix things up and how you want to do it. Some abilities are purely passive. You don't need to put them on your hotbar. But a lot of abilities are active. Like, you have to put them on your hotbar, you have to use them like that. But why is that? That's the same principle to this as what I would want. You have these cards, you have these abilities on your hotbar, you can actively use them, they are there, you can do things. Except, they aren't there. These are little features, pretty much. They're just they are standard D&D-esque abilities on a reference card being treated like that. And it's like, idea 1, idea 2, let's haphazardly Frankenstein them together and then claim that it's an innovative idea. It's not. It's bad. Like, we'll use Amarin, for example. Like, this is death maneuvers. Once per rest, mark a stress to sprint anywhere within far range without making an agility roll. If you end this movement within melee range of an adversary, immediately make an attack against them, +1 damage. That's fucking lame. Why is that lame? Why is death maneuvers fucking lame? Once per rest. Okay, what does that mean? That means that once per effectively adventuring day, I have the privilege of marking a resource to go to a distance without needing to make a roll. Okay, so two resources are now ticked. Cool, if I end it within melee range, I get a +1 to my attack roll. Wow. Cool. How fucking neat, a +1. Now, let's do so basic premise. So it's by default, it's like kind of like a passive effect. A passive effect is move within far range without an agility roll. As long as this is on my hotbar, I can do that. Okay, that's something interesting. You are just that fast, but I activate, I activate it or whatever, and cool, I activated. I can move to up to very far range. Add +3 to the attack roll or something. What does this mean now? It means that as long as it's up, as long as I have it up, I can just move faster. I can move farther, I can move faster. This might be useful, this might be cool, this might be interesting. Alternatively, I can trigger it. I lose my ability to move faster. I'm not being able to do that, but now I get a +3 to do it, and I can fucking run away. What does this mean? It means that, cool, I'm playing like a ranger, and I'm like, oh no, I'm in danger. I'm going to activate this. I move really far away. I leap back, and I shoot my bow at you. Cool, that looks neat. That's a neat look. That's a neat thing. Or, oh, cool, I'm playing like a rogue or something, and I dash in and, strike you really cool. That's cool. That's interesting. And that's something I have to deliberately mark off. I'm like, okay, I have hit my 1 key. I've hit my key, and now suddenly it's not working. Now I can't move as well until I pay a cost, pay stress, pay hope, or whatever to re-up it. All right, cool, interesting. There's that. That's not how a lot of the cards work, though. That's not how they work. They're like this. And I'm like, oh, you can spend hope to do that. Not, you get it by virtue of having it. And that's what I think why the cards bother me as much as they do, is that they are... Also, Lamau at the art. Oh, trust me, we'll see more of that. I think there's something inherently interesting to that concept. Hopefully that answers your question there, Pistolier. A very long-winded way of saying the concept of cards isn't bad. The way that it's works here is not interesting to me. It is fundamentally fucking boring. But again, we have to look at it from an objective point of view. Objectively speaking, it's still not very good because it's a bunch of card abilities that don't do that much, relatively speaking, that you have a limited number of for arbitrary reasons. Do you need the other cards? Do you need a race card? Do you need a community card? No, they want to sell you that. They Want to sell you new community cards. They want to sell you new that. Because these are the communities. You know, you get a, oh, you're highborn. Does this mean anything? No, this is literally all that it means. Being a highborn person means, cool, you get a advantage to do that. This is all that it is. Do we really need to put this as a special card and give it a dedicated page? And no, we really, it's literally, most of these are, you get an advantage to do something. Alternatively, you can be Orderborn and not be as horribly broken. However, you also get to have 3 sayings that would still your upbringing instill in you. Which through your current action, you can roll a d20 as your hope die. There's really nothing saying you can't use these for combat, because combat is just kind of part of the game. So yeah, you're fighting someone strong, just say you're really, Orderborn, I'm really dedicated to killing monsters and shit. Cool, I get to add a d20 as my hope die instead of a d12. Okay. Ridgeborn, cool. You get an advantage. Oh. Know the Tide. Cool, when you roll with fear, place a token on your community card. Because again, the tokens are, equal to your level. Before you make an action roll, expect any number of these tokens, +1 to each of the roll of the token spent. And to be second, clear all unspent tokens. Yeah, and then the Slyborn, yeah, you have advantage with criminal. There's a popular saying in business. There's a term in business is, could have this been an email? Does this meeting need to be here? Could this have been an email? I think that summarizes a lot of Daggerheart's things as well. Do we really need a card or anything for... No. Do you need to be an Underborn? No. You have low light vision. That's what you have. That's all. That is literally all that it means. Can we fold this into what our original concept for maybe like our characters a little bit? Like, hey, you have to select all these things to make your race. Cool, I'm a highborn dragon man or whatever. Cool, that gives you something there. A bunch of little bonuses. Does this need to be its own separate thing? Probably not. But they're going to probably sell it to you. There's going to be someone who's going to cut out the community expansion. And the community expansion is going to be 15 different community cards that you're going to be able to print out and you're going to have a lovely time with. And they're going to be the most boring shit imaginable. Especially when you start getting into really specific settings later on. Because remember that if you sell a setting book for Daggerheart, now you can sell specific cards and abilities and things for that book. Oh, you're from the ancient city of Itza or whatever. Cool, because you're from there, here's your community feature and you get a bunch of bonuses or whatever. It's like, oh. Again, this is a content market. This is a thing where you are building up the content for later things. Objectively speaking, it works, it's fine. It's literally like an advantage to one thing, except for like 2 of them. Like Wanderborn, you get the ability to spend hope to pull out random shit. Not like, I like the old one a little bit better because I don't believe you needed to spend hope for it. You just had it. Wildborn. I went with Wildborn because I thought it was funny to make a Quiet Johnny Bravo giant. Yep, there you go. And also just reflavor anything you feel like. It doesn't matter. Yeah, just read. Yeah, for playing disabled characters in Daggerheart. Yes. Make sure you here's the disability section. Playing blind characters, cool. Playing deaf characters, cool. Now, mind you, most everything can be mitigated automatically via the magical implants that all exist. Yeah, it's hey everyone, you want to play a blind character? Have no fear. Your blind character has a way to automatically see things and it doesn't really matter. There you go. More, love and because these aren't written by anyone there. These are guest writers. You notice this is Rue Dickey, Devin Rue, Rogan Shannon. These are people being. This person was paid to write the playing deaf character section. And it, again, all these sections really boil down to don't be a dick about it. Like, that's am I weird for that? Like, am I? Maybe maybe my phobic energy isn't as strong, but like, I've run blind characters before in games, and I treat them like characters who happen to be blind with different ways of approaching things. That makes sense, though. It's ironic that 90% of the dickishness is actually playing the disability. Like, yeah, I never emphasize it. It's just a part, because, unironically, if you ever want to have a masterclass, a fucking masterclass at displaying disability in any context, Katawa Shoujo, completely unironically. You want to know why I say Katawa Shoujo is probably one of the best representations in regards to disability? Because absolutely none of it matters of that they have a disability. None of them. And you want to know why? Because every single girl in Katawa Shoujo has issues. Lily is blind. Ren doesn't have arms. I mean, doesn't have legs. Shizune is deaf. These are not important aspects. Do they apply some mechanical disadvantage? No. Yeah, they don't use disability as an aesthetic. Lily is a way they use the concept of blindness to understand how Lily actually thinks about things. It is a thematic beat, if that makes sense. And I like the idea that Lily's entire thing is that she's blind to the feelings of those around her in some cases, because she tries to have this more noble, more upper nobility to things. She tries to be a mom to everybody. So she's blind to the feelings of those around her. That's a problem. That's a thing. That's something interesting. Shizune feels like she's never listened to, so you get one choice in her route, and the choice is, do you betray her or not? And I like that. I really like the thematic understanding is, it's both thematic, but it's not really important. It does not matter that Lily is blind. No one goes out of their way and say, Lily, you are blind. And that's like the point. It's, no, thematically speaking, Lily is blind to the feelings of those around her. This is a problem. You don't get a bad ending with her. You get a neutral ending where she leaves. Because she's blind to the feelings of those around you, and because you're a dick. And it's cool. That works. Wonderful. Yeah, it impacts the character, but it doesn't define them. Yeah, but it's still important. That's like a big thing, because Lily and Shizune have a big issue with one another, because one girl is deaf, one girl is blind. They can't communicate really at all, and they dislike it because of that. They dislike the idea, they don't like one another because one can't see, one can't communicate. However, there's also the fact that they're related, and there's a lot of fucking issues between those two families already. And it's like, oh, how fascinating. How interesting. And suddenly, you have thematic beats. And I think, like, when it comes to a lot of these, is like, oh, hey, you want to play a blind character. Here are immediately ways to mitigate being blind that the GM and anyone literally cannot take away from you, if that makes sense. Because if they do, you are a complete asshole. Hey, I'm playing a blind character who uses a mask to see. If my mask gets taken away, there's no mechanic saying that. You're just a dick because you're making me play a blind character now. What's the thing? Katawa Shoujo. very good visual novel, one of my favorite actually. And it's like, oh hey, you've taken away my ability to hear. It's not like it's a problem. It's not like the character is now suffering or anything because of it. You're just an asshole because you took away the deaf character's ability to hear, and now they have to say, well, I can't hear any of that. Well, I can't hear any of that. It becomes an aesthetic, and I think that is really bad. Like, it's an aesthetic thing. I like the idea that they're there. Accessibility in Gaming Quarterly. Accessibility in Gaming Quarterly. Fantastic magazine. I don't think they put out a new one recently, but really interesting stuff about playing with players who are blind, who are deaf, who are impaired in some way, and how to actually help them do things. Fate dice are popular with people who can't see very well because you can feel it with your thumb a lot easier. Or you can feel what the dice are a lot easier. Hey, don't use dice with flat edges. When you're using that, use dice with raised edges or with a very defined feel to it so you can get a better idea for it. When you're playing with deaf people who can hear normally, it's fine. If you're playing with someone who fundamentally cannot hear very well, no matter what what they have, is speak slower, enunciate more, because sometimes people struggle with that and they have to piece things together in a different way. Hey, this person's dyslexic. Here's how you can make a character sheet for someone who is dyslexic. And these are dyslexic fonts. Cool, this is good, this is fine, this is this is noble in a way. This really isn't saying anything, it's just accessibility tools. I don't get annoyed with this. I'm not annoyed with the fact that this is here. This is fine that this is here. It's annoying that there's better ways of talking about it than in the middle of character creation saying, hey, do you want to be a disabled character? Here's how you mitigate all of it, but you still get to claim that you're disabled. I'm like, cool. Neat. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, I fell asleep. So strange. A bunch of aspects will transform an interesting side. Yeah, it becomes an interesting side gig. I think that's one of the look at the dev. That was one thing I read in there was just like it depends on how well they are. I can't really say anything. My speaking normally, I've been told my lips are very difficult to actually read because I have a the way I look and the way I sometimes articulate certain things. My lips are very difficult to read, apparently. That's what I've been told. So it's like, that's what I got recommended, is really articulate what you are actually saying. That's a me thing, and that's what I read in that little article. I'm like, okay, that's kind of interesting. I think everyone kind of handles it a bit differently, but the same idea is there, Simber. The idea being, it's better to talk about disability in terms of players, and where it's like, here's how you can help someone who is dyslexic, who is blind, who needs help in certain things. And it's not, hey, you're lesser than me. It's, hey, we're working around you. We want to make this as comfortable for you as just the rest of us. It's fine. And it depends on the person. Deaf character asking the edgy rogue to drop their mask so they can understand what they are saying. Well, yeah, and it's things like that the thing up here that is like, oh, hey, you don't get that. Yeah, you don't get that. No, just you have the magical ear thing that lets you hear it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's kind of the combat wheelchair thing. It's like, there's nothing wrong about inherently saying, hey, here's a character who is blind, but he has to use an enchanted object to actually see things. All right, cool. That's an interesting character concept. Like, that's something to work with. You just have to understand that that's an issue. Of course, they don't do that. It's just, don't take it away from people. Also, my Samusi, finally, my samurai Yuri. Flow of the game, again, very basic stuff. Most basic understanding of how to play the game. You narrate in detail, ask questions, do things. Not too complicated to understand. Let's talk about the spotlight. So, spotlight, another terrible mechanic, but, oh yeah, no, it's, like, one of the ideas when it came to, like in Errant Earth, I put the idea of, like, there's a bunch of different sign languages, and if you can speak a sign language, that's useful. Some characters might say, yeah, I'm fucking mute. I don't speak your language. I have to communicate via sign language. Everyone can speak it, you know, it's just like, okay, do you understand it vaguely? So, the spotlight. We're going to talk about spotlight. So, spotlight mechanics are a little bit weird, and I'm going to explain them the best I can. The idea of the spotlight is, instead of there being like a strict, it is now your turn to do things. It is, okay, this character is doing something. This player is wanting to do something. He now has the spotlight. Cool. How ancient are sign languages? Sign languages have been around for fucking ever. We didn't call them sign languages. We called them, if he starts making this movement, we should listen to him because he's trying to say something. Technically how there's a ton of different actual sign languages in the world. We only really hear about sign language, but there's, like, I believe, if I remember correctly, there is American Sign Language, which is one of the largest ones, but there's, like, a Chinese Sign Language, there's, like, a few African Sign Languages. ASL is probably the most codified, if that makes sense. A lot of the other ones are a lot smaller. A lot smaller, if that makes sense. It's just codification. If you're in New York, you speak different ASL than one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's regional thing, but you can apply that to literally any language ever. Like, that's always the funny part. It's like, yeah, now I'm gonna do a deep cut. I'm gonna dox myself a little bit. Have you ever heard the term yins? Hey, yins, guys, how you doing? Yeah, it's the same thing as y'all. Y'all is not a word. I want you to remember that. Y'all is not a word. However, yeah, that's kind of, sign language is fascinating. I know one of my friends in college, actually. One of my friends in college had a second language in sign, like, y'all have bought some, yeah, no, you've seen, you know. I know I had a friend in college who was expert in sign language because he had severe dyslexia, like couldn't read things properly, dyslexia, and I had to help him a few times with writing certain things because he couldn't read it very well because they used a stupid font. That was really fun. Hey, Notepad, can you please help me read this because they used like some fucking arcane terrible font for the syllabus or something. I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you using this font? I'm like, yeah, I don't know why either. Oh yeah, no, it's language improvises, and that's always the interesting thing with it. But let's get back to Daggerheart, because we're not even halfway through yet. The idea of the spotlight is something that naturally occurs in tabletop gaming in general. Billy is talking and he's doing something. He has the spotlight. He's the one doing things. Hey, Sally is, Billy's thing kind of ends. Now Sally is doing something. She now has the spotlight. We don't call it the spotlight. We call it playing a fucking tabletop game. However, they codified the concept of the spotlight. Now it's a lot more, the best way to think about how spotlight functions is initiative, if that makes sense. Hey, Billy is doing things. He now has the spotlight. He is now acting. He is the one doing things. Now, and then when he's done doing things, the spotlight might naturally go to somebody else, or it might go to an enemy, it might go to something else. Someone else takes the initiative from Billy. I'm not a huge fan of spotlight mechanics. I always feel they're kind of weird, and it really rewards louder players. You've got 4 people, you've got someone who is just louder or more thespian-oriented or just more active, they're going to get the spotlight more than someone who's quieter. Of my group, I have someone who is very thespian-oriented. He is a very vocal person, and he is very actor-friendly. I've also someone who doesn't like to speak all that much and is very quiet. They're both great players, just one is a lot more quiet than the other. And that's kind of the idea with the spotlight, is the spotlight would effectively favor the initiative of the louder person over the quiet person, unless the GM says, no, spotlight is now on you. Which, that's kind of awkward. I'm gonna lie, it's a little awkward. But they do say, well, you can also use the spotlight tracker, which is effectively an initiative tracker. Yeah, it's the initiative tracker. They don't have a real initiative system. They instead have this kind of like ad hoc way of doing things. Yeah, they don't follow a traditional rigid format. You don't have a set number of actions you can do before play passes someone else. To follow the natural fiction to figure it out. Flow of the fiction. Flow of the fiction. This system works really well when you have someone, okay, Ashley, I'm gonna need you to make that action. Hey, Matt, make sure Ashley gets the spotlight in 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Okay, she's doing that just fine. Give her like 2 actions maybe. People seem to like her. Oh shit, we're dropping 40%. Matt, start gyrating. Gyrate on the table. Whip your dick out. Like, that's kind of, if you have a producer sitting in the back with you with a microphone saying, you've been on the spotlight too long, switch. This system works a lot better. If you have actors or thematic people in a room together who all know how to do improv theater, because this is effectively improv theater. This is a very basic way of understanding how improv theater functions. The talking stick. Yes, you have the talking stick. The basic concept behind a lot of improv theater is I go, you go, I go, you go. And it's things flow into other pieces. I ask you a question, now you have to respond to the question. This seems like a no shit kind of thing, but it also boils down to things like theater combat. If I say, okay, I'm going to swing my sword, I go bang, bang, defend, now you have to now respond to that. Bang, bang, pull back, hit you, bang, bang, and then we go back and forth. Giving everyone a chain of command stat would work better, probably not. But the optional tool is, if you want that structure, that structured way, you start with 3 of your PC tokens that you are required to have, and you increase and decrease as your table. First 3 is not a great amount, but it works. When a battle begins, every player places action tokens on their character sheet to represent how many actions they can take. Players then act as usual each time they make an action roll or perform a significant action while in the spotlight. They remove 1 token. Now, this is a really janky way of doing things, but they've effectively tried to ad hoc a initiative system into this. It does not work very well. I've looked at this a few times, and I'm like, someone's going to enjoy this. I don't care for it. This is not my thing. Objectively speaking, because this is still an opinion show about elf games, objectively speaking, theater kids are going to love this. Other people, like some groups are going to hop on this and say it's the greatest thing ever. Some groups are going to immediately say abso-fucking-lutely not and remake a basic initiative system almost immediately. I can tell you that right now. The initiative is actually decent if it works off tokens. It doesn't work off tokens, Horace. That's the funny thing. It doesn't work off tokens. That's the comedy bit. Effectively, what happens is you are effectively structuring yourself that you have 3 actions, 3 or more, arbitrary effectively, however the GM wants to do it. And what occurs here is when you have the spotlight, when you have initiative, which is arbitrary, depending on how you want to handle it, unless you structure it a lot more, you can say, I want to do this action, you spend your token, you perform the action. Easy enough to understand. However, this also doesn't quite work the way that they are thinking about, because, there's a specific reason for that, the GM doesn't actually obey that, and if you fuck up a roll, they can spend fear, and then they take actions. There's no turns, there's no rounds, there's no initiatives, it's vibes-based initiative. The token system here is entirely reliant on you saying, we want to add structure to it, to force people to not take 9 actions. Because that was one of the biggest issues with the original version of Daggerheart, was that the optimized way to play the game was one person starts screaming and they get to do 9 actions. And then if they fail, the enemy gets to go. And then they spend tokens of what's going on. They retrofitted that quite a bit. This one is like a weird middle ground hybrid nightmare creature. Why? I don't know. I don't... If you're going purely off of this, removing everything else from it, concept is objectively taken in vacuum. Not a bad idea. Everyone gets a set number of action tokens that when it is their turn, they can spend an action token to do something, but they can spend additional ones to do more. However, that is not what the game is. If you think the game is that, you're wrong. Fun fact. There's something you could probably do here. Is it good? It's a lot. You have to rework this as a central mechanic. It is not a central mechanic. This is an option. This is an optional tool designed around the fact that people really fucking loathe the original version. That is what it is. Everyone will use it, and it will be probably within the first 2 weeks, someone will end up retrofitting initiative into this game. Not too surprising. And if you want to know how do you make initiative, you do 2d12, take the highest, add agility or finesse, whatever you want. So, there's the concept of moves. This is a really stupid way of wording, when you do things, you do things. Wowzers! Yeah, it's a stupid way of wording that. The concept is, do actions. Do you do something? Yes. Do I open the door? Yes. That you don't need to roll for that. Hey, you want to break down a barricaded door? You're going to have to make a roll for that. The fiction pause. Literally, this entire section can be summarized as, do fucking actions, dumbass. Play the fucking game. But that does move into combat. Yeah, since Daggerheart's collaborative and conversational storytelling experience with the GM and players, combat has no initiative order, no rounds, no distinct number of actions you can take while in the spotlight. Yeah, this is default. Remember, optional tool by default. Remember that. Fights play out narratively from moment to moment, just like non-combat scenes. It's great. Come on, are you having fun? 26 months. You're here forever, sir. Okay, I am going to go potty because I need to take a piss. Sorry, everybody. Too busy shitting live on air. Surprisingly, I just need to take a pee. I'm gonna go pee-pee. I am drinking my coffee though, so give it till later, and then trust me, I will be having fun. Even though my damn coffee maker broke, and I'm still mad about that, by the way. But let's get to it a little bit. Yeah, there's a way to do this. If you want to do it, you would effectively $1 million in my bank account. Rewriting the initiative system would be using a pass version. Would be using a version of passes. Probably it'd be a lot more structured, and I don't think the game would appreciate it, but it would work. And effectively, all that would be is when it is your turn, you can spend how many action tokens you have to take that many actions. Once you're spending all those tokens to do things, it's, hey, you're done. Effectively, you burn those all, you're done. But as long as people have tokens, as long as people have actions that they can do, they can continue taking turns normally. And it's, oh, hey, you might have 3 passes of people using one token each time. On the other hand, you burn all your tokens right away. You're effectively standing there because you did something really cool at this first round. You might have taken someone out, or you might have done something useful. But keep going, everybody. So, this is the idea of the GM moves. Play the fucking game kind of thing. One of the bigger things is that most of the time GMs are having to spend fear to do things. What is fear? Fear is usually the additional or more powerful variance. One thing about that is like, oh, you don't have to really spend any resources, because the GM moves are usually like enemies show up or something bad happens. You know, being a GM. Wacky, I know. If you go under the idea that this is a game made for people who fundamentally do not understand the concept behind TTRPGs, makes a lot of sense, but coffee and vodka together? Madman. So, we have finally reached the base core system. It's 2d12, do that. Nothing too exciting. I already explained it. I will say the critical successes do skew results towards success a lot more than you would think, but yeah. So when you use hope, you can give an ally a d6. You can utilize experiences, otherwise known as a +2 to +4, or initiate tag team rolls, which is 3 hope to do about as much as you would think you would be doing, or do hope features. I wish hope did more. Most abilities do let you at least use hope in some ways, but there are certain cards and certain abilities that you're like, yeah, I just don't use hope at all for anything other than the base ways of doing it, which isn't as interesting to me anyway. So yeah, GMs have to use evasion. They have to do that in the GM section. So evasion, it's your 2-hit. It's all enemies roll d20 plus their mods against your evasion. Evasion doesn't go up super fast. If we look over here, it's like you get +1 evasion. Let's see, you get a you get a +1 evasion over here. +1 evasion. So you can about increase your wait, no, there you go. So you can increase over 3 levels, over 3 tiers, instead of getting extra HP, extra stats, or extra abilities, you get a +1 to your evasion. You get a +5% chance to avoid getting hit. Some characters need it, some characters don't. Alternatively, you can take cards that let you do that, or abilities, sorry. So, wounds represent physical injuries. Now, this is where your damage thresholds come in. I'm going to do my best to explain how this functions. And we'll use Amarin for this. So, you playing Amarin. And now Amarin has taken 10 damage. You've taken 10 HP damage. Taken 10 damage. Wowzers. That's a lot of damage. You are taking HP damage now, but you are not taking HP damage. This is then checked against your threshold, against a damage threshold, which is primarily defined by your armor, but other features do kind of, check that. So with 10 damage, this is below my major damage threshold. Okay, actually, no, it's below my severe damage threshold. Apologies. It's below my severe damage threshold of 11. So now, right now, I'd be taking major damage equals 2, otherwise known as 2 HP damage. Cool. That makes sense. Neat. Now, if it was below that 5, let's say I was only taking 3 damage, this is below my major damage threshold, I would only be taking minor damage, or 1 HP. If I take 0 damage from an attack, that means I take 0 HP damage. Some people really like this system. I do not much care for it. You may be wondering, why don't I care for it? The answer is very simple, because the way that everything is worded, HP is health points. Health points. When you take damage, you are actually not taking HP damage. You are instead, damage is in fact going into a threshold rating. The threshold rating, your threshold rating actually determines how much HP you take. This does mean that 99% of attacks, unless you get some very specific ones, 99% of attacks deal 3, 2, or 1 HP, or 0 technically. There's an optional rule, mind you, for 4 damage. The concept that you can still take a nuclear hit and only mark 4 HP is still in. Obviously you can't, but it is funny to think about. It is amusing, and that's the funny. I'm having the funny, as one might be saying. Song of 6 updated, so I need to play that. But yeah. Everyone on the up and up, everyone get what I'm talking about here? I can re-explain how damage works if you would like, because I don't care for this system. I understand the appeal for it. Please do. I just got here. Yeah, damage is, everything is reliant on thresholds to actually mark HP damage. But HP damage isn't actual... If HP was called wounds, okay, I can work with this. I can work with wounds, because that makes more sense, thematically speaking, other than hit points. Your damage doesn't actually deal damage, it deals threshold, whether you're taking hit points. It's a wording thing. Wording mean a lot. And it's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still not great. Because the old version had about 4 different steps to actually resolve 1 point of damage. You get attacked. There is a potential for about 4 to 5 steps to actually resolve how it actually ends. How much HP do you actually lose? It could be multiple. They cut down on the steps, but didn't really add too much to it. The concept behind the damage threshold system isn't bad. It's just not for this game. For a must we remember a storytelling game with free flow combat. Because remember, there's free flow combat. There's no rounds or there's no initiative. Everyone just kind of acts when they feel like it. It's vibes based. It's Funko Fantasy. Vibes based Funko Fantasy role playing. You can clip that, everyone. Put that on. Put that as my word of encouragement. Vibes based Funko Fantasy role playing. Objectively speaking, from Mr. Game Design, Mr. Game Designer Notepad, concept is fine. Damage thresholds are mostly reliant on your armor, however. This does make characters who are very high evasion, but you can't play dodge tanks. Let's just make that. You can't make a character who is trying to avoid damage more often than not, unless you are speccing into it via cards or via abilities. So most of your threshold damage, would you want that? Would I want what? Vibes-based Funko Fantasy? No. Yeah, it's... Game design objective Notepad doesn't care for this, because it is one more step than it really needs to be. But it's where do you remove that step? What step do you change from it? I don't know. Feels like there's something, but I can't tell you what it is. Part of me wants a flat HP pool. I take 10 damage, I reduce my HP pool by 10. Easy, simple, Maybelline. If you called it wounds, then I would probably want more details here. I want it to feel a little bit more meaty. If I take a shit ton of damage and I take a severe fucking wound, I should feel like I am on the ground. I am on my ass. Fucking coughing blood because I've been hit by a hammer and 2 of my ribs are broken. I should feel that. There should be severe, light, severe, heavy, whatever. That should be there if you want to go the wounds route. Right now, again, it's both. We have a wound system, but we want an HP system. So what do? We do both. And it's like, not my thing. But hey, we're being objective here, right, everybody? We're being objective and cool. So it isn't physically assaulting me. 10 out of 10, IGN approved. So, yeah, as you can kind of see, technically, let me see, massive damage. It makes the game more dangerous. Your table can input massive threshold. If you ever take damage equal to double your severe threshold, you mark 4 HP. So if Amarin takes a cannonball to the face at full speed, he would only take a maximum of 4 HP damage, suggesting he does not spend an armor point to reduce it only to 3. If Amarin takes a nuclear blast to the face for 10,000 damage, he in fact only takes 4 damage. This is a meme and will never happen, but it is funny. And you can only really clear HP... You can technically only clear HP during downtime, but again, that's going to be one of those mechanics that every single person is going to change, being like, oh, well, you have a good night's rest, you get to heal 1 HP regardless. That's just going to be one of those things. I know it, you know it, we all know it. Don't think you don't. I think Daggerheart didn't either stab me in the heart, nor transform my heart into a dagger. 0 out of 10. Yes, it's a... That's one of those things, like, you kind of gotta... So, stress. Stress is... A lot of things trigger on stress. Now, mind you, this doesn't really mean anything. This is all pointless gibberish. This is really the only thing you need. It's you mark stress when the game tells you to, or the GM says you can mark stress to do the thing. Not a bad mechanic, this. It's just, you know, if you feel like it, I don't fucking care. I don't care. Layla has mentioned, have no fear, Wuso. When it comes to stress, it feels like there could be more to it, but you don't really need to. Yeah, if you ever hit vulnerable, vulnerable is bad, so you don't want to lose all your stress, and if you take more damage after you lose all your stress, you start taking a lot more damage. Yes, you will, yeah. Oh, didn't mean to hit that button again because of how this fucking... Ugh. Yeah, you can, yeah, if you don't have slot, you can't move. You can't kill yourself via abilities anymore. However, as a GM, I'd be like, yes, do it. It's funnier. It's funnier to have you die via using abilities. Yeah. Action rules are select a character trait, add extra dice and modifiers, roll dice. This is not too complicated. You may be wondering, when it comes to extra dice and modifiers, yeah, you have the option of using character tokens for... I have no idea why, unless you are a little child who needs help counting up to about 4. If you are a child and you would like to count the number up to 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. If the fucking Sesame Street count is a fucking villain in this game, then yes, using tokens to count your goddamn stats are fine. But it's nothing too exciting here. You might say, oh, you get extra dice and modifiers and stuff. You roll your duality, you roll a bunch of d6s. Occasionally, you might get an additional die. It's very specific, and the game is very liberal at telling you which one's what you're rolling. Most of the time, it's either going to be a d6 or a d10, though. So, occasionally a d8. You're feeling very spicy. Roll the dice, add bonuses, and this is what you get. It's resolve. And it's the final thing, resolve. Story is consequence. I think that kind of summarizes a lot of the story is consequence is kind of the it's the very simple, you know, roll forward and all that shit. It's fine. We see it. Now, there are special rolls. Yeah, no, it's very, very simple stuff. Nothing too exciting. You can attack without a weapon, and if you do, you just deal d4 damage. It sucks. Yeah, monks are not in this game, fun fact. Unfortunately. Group action roll. Actually, I'm curious. Did they actually, yeah. Oh, yeah. Then on your character sheet of cards, however, GM, yeah, you have to suck the GM's cock to use any spells outside of combat, pretty much, unless this spell specifically says you can't use them in combat. Yeah, no, you're on your yeah, you're on your knees, and if the GM says use some more tongue, you use more tongue to get what you want. But hey, what do I know, right? Objectively speaking. Yeah, group action roll, pretty simple stuff. Everyone makes a basic check. You get a +1, +-1. Group action rolls are not bad. I've been seeing those more actively. Group actions are, we all need to stealth around someplace. I'll guide everyone to do the stealth action. However, everyone needs to make a check to see how well they do, or how easy or how hard it is. Tag team rolls. You spend 3 hope to make sure other people get to do things. You combine your actions for something exciting. You can do this once per session. Though the thing here is you can be part of multiple tag team effects. So when in doubt, just tag team each other constantly. Does Daggerheart encourage tag teaming with your friends? Yes. Can you do Persona super attacks? No. You can only do it with one other person. Yeah, if potentially it would be too much fun if we could do a group attack, but that would also potentially just invalidate every encounter because you would just roll that and immediately nuke the enemy. Damage rolls. Proficiency, number of dice you get, damage dice, the number you actually end up getting it. Roll everything together and then have the GM sort through all the math. That's the secret. Then the GM does math for a couple seconds. If you roll a critical success, you get to double the damage pretty much. Without it, yeah, you get to double your damage. You get to roll again. Damage types and resistances, pretty simple stuff to understand. There are some things that do direct damage. If it's direct damage, you just take immediate damage. Direct physical damage each time they're attacked. Now, this does lead to a very weird situation. You can't use your armor slots to reduce the damage, though. But if you're poisoned, you take D10 direct damage. So, because I'm poisoned, luckily my armor makes it so I can never take severe damage with it. You know, that makes sense, right? We're all okay with that. I like that mechanic. That's a good mechanic, right? Do you like that? Do you like how getting poisoned technically means that you are obeying the damage threshold, which is directly tied to your armor and no other stats? So technically, being poisoned and taking direct damage indicates that, yeah, you can't use your armor points. That might have been a leftover mechanic. It's there. Reaction rolls. It's a save. Advantage, disadvantage, add d6, remove a d6 worth of... remove a d6, add a d6. Cool. That's literally all that it is. Now, yeah, it's everything is malleable. Spotlight between themselves, making moves until someone fails to roll. It rolls with fear. Yeah, effectively, 50% of the time, it immediately goes to the enemy, and if you get very unlucky, one player might just not be able to act or anything. Because there's people keep fucking up rolls. It's great. Yes. Of course, this would never happen, really, because you would have to go out of your way to do this. Again, basic initiative system, people will probably make within the first 2 weeks. It's a thing. That's the way that it is. That's the way that you have to accept. Oh, but the innovative mechanic is so amazing! Like, oh. It's such an innovative mechanic. I sleep. So, most enemies end up doing these things. They're going to take any action the fiction demands of them, which is to say, move and attack, clear condition, sprint. That's it. That's what 90% of enemies do. Also, domain cards. Here's your loadout. Here's the ability to swap cards. Your usage limit. Yes, exhaustion limit that restricts how often you can use the card. Yes, don't forget to do that. Some cards demand that you add tokens to it. There are very few cards that you will need to effectively burn. If you burn a card, it's gone forever and you can never, ever, ever reuse it again. But they're also like tier 10, like resurrect cards kind of things. Now, conditions. Conditions are not too exciting. There are 3 real conditions. The rest are just kind of there. If you're hidden, don't worry about it. If you're restrained, you can't move. If you're vulnerable, you're in a difficult position in the fiction. Becomes vulnerable. The players work describe narratively how this happened. While you were vulnerable, everyone gets a d6 to hit you. This entire section boils down to they get a d6 to beat the shit out of you. Which also means if your stress is maxed out, everyone gets a d6 to beat the shit out of you. You can clear conditions. Most of the time you have to narratively solve it. Countdowns are not complicated. It is use a spin down die. It is clocks with a dice. That's really all it is, clocks. You use clocks already. You don't call them clocks. You call them basic fucking logic. What do I know, right? I'm a silly clown. Oh, jeez. So, let's talk about maps, range, and movement. Yeah, now, I have a feeling this entire section, so this entire section here, bar gold probably, I think was added much later. The original version has no map. The original playtest documentation has no map, has no assumption of a map. Everything is theater of the mind, and it's a lot more about like moving tokens around to get them to do actions, and they changed that quite a bit, and I will say that was a good idea. The original combat was very janky, not in a good way, but they did the brave move of just removing things and saying just improvise. They removed mechanics and replaced it with Lamau improvise. But if you want to use a map, such as for your AP podcast that you have painstakingly made, you can use a map. One of those things, I think, again, this was most likely added in because this is made for AP podcasts. And because it's made for AP podcasts, imagine a theater of the mind AP no. Doesn't work. People want to see it. People like the visual. People like the visual flair to it. So maps got put in. So basic range is actually, basic ideas is actually open-ended movement. Yes, open-ended movement. It's 1 inch is roughly 5 feet. So if you get your ruler out and say, this is 3 inches, that is 15 feet. It's roughly 5 feet, but they aren't precise. What that means is fucking improvise or use whatever bullshit VTT tool you're currently using, or, you know, kind of eyeball it. You know, just eyeball it. Yeah. Well, it's here's the more abstract method for it. Basic ideas. If you are in melee, bases are touching. It's effectively a range band system. Melee very close, which is 5 to 10 feet away. 5 to 10 feet is effectively, it would be 1 to 2 inches away from the target. Yeah. Anything on a battle map that is within the shortest length of the game card, 2 to 3 inches, can usually be considered within very close range. Yeah, you put that there, even though, fun fact, this does not correlate to this at all. 2 to 3 inches would technically be 10 to 15 feet away. Again, we're not following it because it's fine, right, everybody? Right, everybody? It doesn't matter. This is real gameplay. This is what you want. This is the kind of support you're looking for. It is the token map system with a token range band system tacked onto it. Why? Because I don't fucking know. I love contradictory statements, but hey, you know what? That's what people want. That's what Horace has been bugging me about, that he loves combat, he loves Daggerheart. This is what I can only assume that he loves. I can only assume that when people say it's great and it's wonderful and it's awesome and I love it, they're assuming that you are supporting this. And I'm okay with that. Objectively speaking, it does not shit in my mouth. It in fact does not take a shit on my carpet. Good job. Congratulations, Daggerheart. You have not pissed on the fucking wall. I'm still going to request that you take a shit outside, but, you know, I have to treat you like a dog. A stupid inbred dog. Like one of those weird pit bulls. Beppy, everybody. Have no fear. 15 things in. You should gaslight him again. Exactly. Gaslighting Horace in his favorite game, Daggerheart, will be my endless pastime. But do not gaslight me again. Yeah, it's okay, Horace. We know you love Daggerheart. It's perfectly fine. We know that you were fighting tooth and nail for the Daggerheart experience. Yeah, very close. Roughly speaking, you can move how do I want to word it? If you are if you're playing this at home, most likely you're going to be using this rule. You're going to be using squares, 1 inch battle map during combat, 1 square, 3 square, 6 square, fine, whatever. Easy enough to understand. This is what you're using. I think a lot of people are going to be using this because this is an optional rule, and this is what I would also recommend. Why? 5 foot square, 15, 30. You can move 30 feet. That is the mechanic. You can move up to 30 feet by default. If you want to move farther, you have to make a roll for it. There you go. Now, what is 8 squares away? I guess that would be far. That would be my guess. Yeah, so again, they're kind of using, there's about 4 different range systems being proposed here. None of them are very good. Basic way that we're looking at it is 1 inch, 5 feet, 1 square, 5 feet. I think he was trying to be very creative because you can do this theater of the mind with just range bands, and nothing breaks if you just use range bands. I don't know why you would, but you can. But if you want to move very far, if you want to move 100 to 300 feet away, which is 10, that would be 20 to 60 inches, roughly. Actually, no, it would be 20 to 60 inches. You have to make an agility roll, and then you can move into melee range with them. Yes, if you fail your agility roll, mind you, the GM gets to act. Yeah. Again, though, there is 12 squares, and if we apply some basic math, let's open up the calculator here. What's 12 times 5? It's 60. It's 60 feet away as far. 60 feet away, very far, is 70 feet. Generally speaking, just understand you can move 30 feet. You can move 6 squares. That's all you really need to know. How do we handle sideways movement? We don't. Just improvise. So, basic movement. You can move to a location within close range. 30 feet movement. You are spending an action to move far, if that makes sense. Now, GM sets the difficulty depending on the situation. Otherwise known as the GM improvises and says, enemies can move 30 feet as well. Understand that, unless they have a thing saying they can move further than that. Targets and groups, again, use a grid, use a map or something. Effectively, it is saying when people are within very close range of one another, effectively within 15 feet, you can affect them with a group of targets. However, this could lead to some arguments among people when you say, oh, these two are very close to, this group is very close and this group is very close to one another. You can target one of them, but they are not actually very close to one another. This is going to be, inevitably a map is going to come out of people sketching shit out because, explaining shit is easier that way, especially when you're dealing with large encounters, which you really shouldn't be. Line of sight. Do you know what line of sight is? Also, if you already have blind characters, just rewrite the word. Gold. Gold is one of those things that part of me says gold should be a little bit more granular. And there's the optional rule down here. Coins are 1. 10 coins equal a handful of coins. 10 handfuls equals a bag. 10 bags equal a chest. Cool. Easy enough to understand. The only counterpoint here is that there's nothing to spend money on. Don't need that. Money isn't real. Your money is fake. You can use it. I'm not opposed to this system. It's abstracted for no reason. If you didn't want to put money in the game, you should not have put money in the game. That's my opinion here. This feels like a weird cop-out middle ground thing that I'm like, why is this here? Objectively speaking, it is again not shitting on my carpet, so good job. You did it. Gold at least makes sense. It's one of those things where it's like, do you believe, off topic, how well do you think note riffs can be adapted to Bethesda's Mass Effect series? Pretty easy, I think. I think we can do that pretty easily. Probably it wouldn't be an MDC setting though. It would probably be an SDC setting. It would be an SDC setting with the option for mega damage weapons. Very few of them. That's like a tank kind of thing. But yeah, in theory, an SDC setting would work. Yeah, I guess the question is, are you the type of GM who says you have enough money to buy the night, to buy the essential? You do not need to spend money to buy breakfast, because that's not interesting. I don't want to track gold or whatever. That's fine. Cool, that's fine. If you want to make money entirely narrative, that's okay. Then this system is fine, but I wouldn't give it its own section. It would be like an item. You have 3 bags of gold. What does this mean? It means you can spend gold, you can throw gold at things to do things you need. If you want to buy a bow, you need a chest of gold. If you want to buy the inn, you want to pay off the rent, it's a bag of gold or whatever. It's literally just an item. If you want to go granular, if you want to have like, oh, I want to buy things and like, oh, I want to buy things like that, then yeah, go granular. I have 53 gold coins. What can I buy for that? Fuck nothing. Very much, again, it's that weird clashing tone kind of thing where it's the idea that you have the, we want to be Blades in the Dark, money isn't real, haha lamau, but you also want to be like, D&D is the only game that has ever existed. Pick one, pick a lane, and that's going to be something that the GM is going to announce immediately. That's session 0. That is before the game even begins. That is, don't fucking worry about gold. Doesn't matter. You're never going to use it. Or count every penny, because you're going to need to. I am going to ask you for everything. Game doesn't really support either. You have the options, but it's like, just do whatever you want, right? Just improvise. Just do whatever you feel like. You know, just do it. You know, just do it. Right. Whatever. Pick your poison. Personally, for what this game is going for, probably just getting rid of gold and just making it an item would be better. They don't really have prices for anything outside of some vague suggestions. So it's like, okay, improvise from there. Some people are going to like that, some people aren't. You got to understand that. Downtime. Now we get downtime. Now, short rest is about an hour. And if you rest about an hour, you can tend your wounds, clear stress, repair your armor, or prepare to get hope. Long rest, make camp, relax for a few hours, get some rest. You can do 2 of the following, like heal yourself, clear all your stress, repair all your armor, prepare, work on a project. Interestingly enough, fascinating line of thinking with this game when it comes to that. Daggerheart can actually be kind of a meat grinder if you let it be. Don't let players rest. They cannot heal normally. There are very few ways to heal in this game that do not require you to have hope. Stress. Very few ways to recover stress naturally, unless you're resting. Very mechanical resting, which is weird, and why elves are as good as they are, and why it was Seaborn. Seaborn used to be really broken because they got a free action during this. And why is that useful? Because my armor's fucked up, my stress is fucked up, my health is low. All these things are low. I can only fix these 2 things. So you have a group of, let's say we have a group of 4. A group of 4 effectively has 8 actions a rest. Now, let's say we are wounded. Let's say 3 people are wounded, 2 people are stressed, and broken armor-wise, we all have broke some of our armor. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 5. That's okay. That's 5, 9. These are 9 things that we need to now solve. But we only have 8 actions to solve them. And if it's a short action, you might not clear everything. You might not. You might not clear stress. You might not clear all the armor you need. Unless you're an elf. If you're an elf, you get additional actions. So yeah, there are... one of those weird... the AP stream on designated gold guy so they can clap when he has enough to buy a week at the Horus house. Exactly. It's... when it comes to the rest, I don't know why it's as mechanical as it is, because is Daggerheart an adventuring game? No. Is it the kind of game that is like, oh, go into a dungeon and do things like that? Not really, of how the game presents itself. Or is it? Is it? I don't know. I don't think so. It might be. I think that's one of those reoccurring issues. Are we Dungeons and Dragons? Are we Blades in the Dark? Are we some horrifying amalgamation in the middle? The rest system indicates a game that is a lot less rigid. Actually, let me rephrase that. The rest system implies that the game is a lot more rigid. This is a tactical game. This rest system, tactical. Have dungeons? Yeah, no. If you play the certain world book, you have if you play certain world books, they have the conceptual understanding of dungeons. Because remember, dungeons aren't this is a narrative game at the core of it. I think what's going to happen here is it's going to be another 2 weeks, someone playing this is going to change this mechanic. Either A, long rests let you take 3 actions and let you repair everything, or it's going to be you heal automatically. Yeah, it's designed at both ends of the stick, so different AP groups can pick and choose their mechanic while keeping brand recognition. Yeah, because it's one of those things, like this is going to be a mechanic right here that people are going to change. Well, I don't like the fact that I can't heal all the way. So during my long action, if you do a long rest, you heal to full, you get everything, and you get to do everything effectively. Everything you want, and you don't need to worry about healing. Or you get a base healing, or you get base stress clearing, things like that. Those are going to be mechanics that are going to be added in. If you want to add that in, it's there. But yeah, no, it's like, yeah, there's project stuff, like once per session, refreshing features. Like, yeah, it's there. So, what happens if you die? If you reach 0 HP, you make a death move. You get to do something and make it critically succeed, but you die. You can risk it all if you roll the dice and you live, cool. Or you die. Or you just avoid death, and what you do is you mark one of your hope slots as saying, okay, I can no longer take this hope. The amount of hope I have is limited. Now, what does this mean? It means after four scars, you retire your character. Just retire them. Your character is done now. You've died 3 times. You are done. Why do I say that? Because technically you can go till the very end of hope. Because after that amount, after 4, you can no longer use your hope feature. You can no longer do team attacks. You can no longer do a lot of games that require 3 hope. Can't do it because you just do that. So you retire at 4 damage. I can keep going, guys. I've got 4 scars, but I can keep. No, you've lost half your class features. Leave. Get out of here. You are too crippled for this. Again, one of those things that people are going to probably think, it just doesn't. We don't use the scars mechanic. You just go unconscious. Okay, do you think something like this mechanic is an actual good idea? Okay, so here's the thing. We're gonna do objective Notepad here. Concept behind the death moves and stuff, not a bad idea. Okay, yeah, not a bad idea. All this stuff, not a bad idea. In this game, dog shit idea. Absolutely fucking awful idea in this game. Why? Good Kagura botching indeed. But why, Horse? Why is this a terrible mechanic in this game? Because you need hope to do a lot of things. 5 scars remove it when you level up. It's what happens there if you end up taking too much damage. At 4, you should effectively retire the character immediately because you lose access to a lot of things, and it's not like you can get rid of scars. That's an important thing. There is nothing in the book that outright says that you can get rid of scars. Unless the GM discretion as a downtime project or a reward or something. Effectively, you cannot get rid of scars unless you get on your knees and you start sucking the GM's cock. Or you're like, hey GM, can I please get rid of my scars? Pretty please. Pretty. It is the GM is saying yes or no to that. That is a completely arbitrary GM mechanic. And after 4 scars, you just lose shit. You lose access to your hope feature, one of the few things your class does. You lose access to team attacks. You lose access to a lot, especially if something targets hope or does damage to you if you don't have hope, which is very important. Different game, maybe this could work if you want, because this is effectively how scars work in Errant Earth. Is scars work in Errant Earth that if you are killed, if you are hit with 0 HP, you would take a scar, which is either a -1 to an attribute, or you take a debilitation. I lost my arm, I lost my leg, something happens. 5 scars and you die because half your legs are gone, because your legs are gone and most of your torso is. You are pretty much dead at that point. You can get it fixed, that's not a problem. The idea though is, okay, but what is Errant Earth? Errant Earth is an apocalypse game with MDC weapons, where I don't want someone caught out with in a bad situation where they don't have armor, getting shot with a laser gun and dying immediately, because it's not satisfying. So you take a scar. The likelihood of you dying in that game is high, but again, you have ways to mitigate it. In Daggerheart, Blaze of Glory. Why do you use Blaze of Glory? You use Blaze of Glory because it's the last session of the campaign and you want to do something cool and do a bajillion gillion damage and win. Risk it all. Uh-oh, I 50-50 live or die. That's the I live or die AP podcast, oh wow, look everybody. See, it's Travis, I think his name is, the one that cheats. Liam, I know it's Liam or Travis. One of them likes to cheat a lot, apparently. That would be that. The risk it all is for that moment. You're like, whoa, everyone, look, I rolled 2 5s. I critically succeeded. I get to do a full heal, full stress rejuvenation. Everything's great. That's the AP podcast exploding fireworks. Whoa! We didn't see this coming at all. That's that mechanic. But most of the time people are going to say, hey, avoid death. Or they're going to put the idea saying you don't ignore the scar system entirely. Because that's what that game wants to do. It wants to do 2 things. It wants its cake, it wants to eat it, and it also wants to have, fucking potato stew. Decide on one thing. Stick to a lane. You want people to die? Cool. Then make sure people can die. You fucking die. Scars? Good idea then. Okay, cool. You can take 5 scars before you die. But it can't interact with hope then. You want to know why it can't interact with hope? Because hope is a fundamental mechanic, and if you take away that fundamental mechanic, options stop being available. The concept of options, the playing your character, suddenly becomes less and less feasible. So at 4, you just say, I want to retire my character. You make the exact same character with no scars. Because there's not really that much difference. If you want to do the lower death, you don't want to have the idea of dying. Avoid death is just there, where you just get KO'd. And if you get KO'd, you're KO'd. Yeah, that's it. Technically, you have this mechanic, which is, if you fall unconscious, you roll, you roll your hope die. If it's equal to or lower under your character level, they gain a scar. Lower level characters aren't going to get affected by it as much. Higher level characters are. Don't care for it personally. Not my thing. It's a double down or pull back. That's, I think, a very important thing. Can we pay to murder the toaster? No. Of course you're gonna eat a cake if you have it. Yeah, it's the idea behind that saying is you want everything, but without any of the cost behind it. You want to enjoy everything. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Objectively speaking, it's not a bad idea. It doesn't shit on my carpet. Pick a lane though, and I think this is going to be one of those mechanics that everyone's going to. It sounds confusing. There's a bunch of sayings like that. It's great. This is going to be one of those mechanics. Every single group is going to have a different way to handle it. Every single group is going to look at it differently and say, nope, I want this. Nope, I want this. No, I want this. Scream highlight. Yeah, no, of course I'm going to shill myself. That's what I do. But yeah, that's there. Of course, like, the image they use is a fungus man getting fucking obliterated. Ah, yes, this is the image we have to use, is a fucking Warforged turning a fungus man into goddamn souffle. Rounding up, spend resources, pretty simple stuff here, nothing too exciting. How to be a good player, don't be a dumbass. When you level up, you get things. You have to mark these little boxes to level up. You get 2 options from the list below per level. So level 2, 3, 4, you get to have to mark all these. Now, if you notice, if you say there's 1, 2, 3 levels here, you can mark 6 boxes. If you notice, you can't mark all of these. Most likely, people are going to go for HP and stress. These 3 and these are going to be more impressive than others. You're not actually going to get that many domain cards if that's what you hyper focus on. You kind of see, like, yeah, +1 proficiency, +2 clear all marks on character traits, proficiency, get more stuff. You're not going to get like a huge amount of those domain cards, which again feels weird. Oh yeah, here's how. Again, you got 4, 5, 6, 7. You got 3 levels. 3 levels. So you can choose to multi-class or get your upgraded class here. So that's 1 level already. So that's 1. 1. Yeah, it's very gradual, very tactical. Let's just say that. Very, very tactical way of leveling up. Appropriate for this game? Maybe, maybe not. The Fungoid Menace defeated by our finest clankers. Equipment is very tactical based, and what I mean by very tactical based is very technical. So this is my weapon. This is my crossbow. I'm using it because it has a fin bonus. That's literally it. Do you have ammo? No. Armor. Here's your base thresholds. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, so for example, if your level 1 character has a base threshold of 715 with no other bonuses, they would, their major threshold would be 8 and 16. Technically, Amarin isn't quite right because I didn't put that down. Technically, if I want to be specific, it would be 6, 12. I know, really, really exciting stuff here. I know, but still, the same premise is there. So I'm like, okay, what's the the base throw with using armor. Okay, reducing damage. So when you take damage, now let's say I take damage and I take major damage. I'm gonna take 2 HP. What I can do is I mark off one of my armor slots. Let's wait, I gotta make sure it's all the right tools. So I mark one of my armor slots and I reduce the damage down. So instead of saying, okay, I take 2 damage, I mark an armor slot and I only take 1 damage. The old version was insane, and this version is better. I'm gonna say that. The armor system in this version is better than the original. I'm not gonna say, oh, no, or whatever. It's better. However, it's just a lot simpler. That makes sense. Yeah, going unarmored does not give your character any bonuses or penalties. Yeah, no, unarmored doesn't do anything. It's dog shit. Always have armor on, because there's no reason to. And if you're unarmored, poison kills you faster than if you're wearing plate mail. As you know, famously, if you're wearing plate mail, the poison in your bloodstream simply stops working. You block it. You simply block the poison with the metal you're wearing. It blocks the poison inside your bloodstream. You just go, wow. Poison is magnetic. Exactly. Poison simply stops working. Very fascinating. Yeah, it's most armor's pretty basic stuff. It makes The original version was your armor, you had a number of armor slots, and then you would mark it and reduce the damage down by original armor. That's where like 2 or 3 steps came in when it came to actually taking damage. This version is better. It's just basicer. And there does hit a point where, okay, you've burnt all your armor. Congratulations, you now no longer have any use for that plate armor. I would like to DR system more, but again, that's me. Objective Notepad speaking. It doesn't shit on my lawn. You know, it does not shit on my carpet. 10 out of 10. So, yeah, to give you an idea, without any armor, Amarin takes literally takes a bajillion damage from everything because it's all based off of level. So, this is your items. These are what they do. I know it has that first draft energy to it, but that's the fun part. Interesting enough, the halberd and spear are effectively the exact same thing, and spears are dog shit, by the way. Just making sure people understand that one pretty early. So, yeah, probably it's like, do you want to have the broadsword, or the long sword, or the great sword? No, if you're picking a longsword, it's because you wanted that agility bonus and you don't want you want the +3 on it rather than going for a greatsword, because greatsword's technically just objectively better, but you lose a little bit of evasion. If you're worried about evasion, you should be just going for a broadsword, because it's a one-handed weapon. Possibly use like a shield or something with it to get more out of it, technically. Hey! Warhammer, just with heavy, not as good as the greatsword. -1 evasion, but you get to take the highest. A lot better than the extra +2 damage potentially. Warhammer, daggers technically do more damage than a broadsword. Why does the dagger do more damage than the broadsword? Because this is best way to think about this. All of this shit that you're currently seeing does not matter. Those names do not matter. All this shit, who cares? This is the agility. This is the agility weapon. This is the one-handed agility weapon that does D8 damage. This is the two-handed agility weapon that does D8 +3 damage. That's what you should be looking at. Spears are weird because a halberd requires strength. Very close. D10 +2. Okay, cumbersome. Okay, halberd. Spears actively hinder themselves because you lose -1 to finesse and you use finesse to attack. Spears suck. Since poison's magnetic. I will use my shield to reverse the poison's effects on me. Oh god, yeah, that's a Microsoft Word. I'm calling it now one of the books of weapons art. Oh yeah, damn straight. Get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant. Yeah, especially like each weapon deals physical damage. because there's technically the magic weapons which do magic damage on the magic weapon table. What do I know? It's a bit wacky. But yeah, like, it's weird how spears are like that, and it's weird, like, oh, halberds and spears. I'm like, okay, there's only 3 bows. Technically a short bow, a crossbow, and longbow. Technically, I didn't even put it in correct because I just noticed the crossbow is one. Why is the crossbow one-handed? I just realized that because I saw short bow and longbow. Yeah, okay, that makes sense why the crossbow sucks so much because it's not a real crossbow; it's a fucking hand crossbow. Okay, yeah, it's a hand crossbow. I misread that, by the way, because maybe Maya was too busy having a fucking stroke. But why? Because that's one of the very few finesse weapons, rather than an agility weapon, because I didn't focus on agility, which again, Amarin is not a good character by any stretch of the imagination. Now, the magic weapons operate on the same wavelength as physical weapons. Yeah, also, quarterstaves are really fucking good because you just beat the shit out of people. And they technically are the exact same as a greatsword without any of the problems. Or warhammers. Yeah. Or a battle axe. Technically, the battle axe and quarterstaff are the exact same. I just realized, huh? Yeah, the magic weapons are the special weapons, where it's like, oh, hey, here's the returning blade. Here's a dual staff that does magic damage. Here's a short staff that does magic damage. If you want to shoot fire bolts from things, you are grabbing a great staff. Here's a wand. Here's all these things. And then we have some Fire Emblem-esque way of doing things, which is the improved broadsword, improved greatsword, improved dagger, improved quarterstaff, improved rapier. Yeah, you get some of the fancier ones down here. Like, if you want a fancy weapon, later on, Amarin will want to take a blunderbuss because it's funny. Though, of course, we will want to go out of our way to... why don't they just make... physical and magical do bother at this point? Because technically, I think later on there's some slight differences in how magic damage is handled. Yeah, it's right now, like, but this is a tier 2 weapon. Technically, I can't take this until I buy it or get it, which is next level, of course, because all of these weapons are going to get almost immediately replaced by their tier 2 variant, which is an improved version of it. Of course, also the Devouring Dagger, the Elder Bow, the Scepter of Elias, Wand of Enthrallment, things like that, and then advanced versions of everything. Most of the time, they just increase this number, which is a flat variable that does not change with dice. Technically, if I have a advanced greatsword with 4 proficiency, it's 4d10 plus 9. Versus, say, up here with the tier 1, and I want to use my my greatsword, and I'm 4 proficiency, it's 4d10 plus 3. I know, exciting stuff. You're 3 tiers of level 5 to 7. We are gradually getting there, and we've increased our damage by 6. Go us. Of course, you're probably actually looking at these ones, the special ones at this point, or the special abilities down here. The special one, not the legendary versions. You have the fucking dual end sword and hand cannons and things, the swinging rope blade, or, you know, these things, the revolvers and stuff. Some of these, this is another one of those instances where every expansion book, every character thing, every SRD thing is going to have, here's a billion new items, here's a billion new things following the exact same formatting on it. You're going to see more and more formatting when it's like, here's the same thing. So, It's Fire Emblem leveling. It most likely, if you wanted to make this a bit better, this is a Notepad add-on thing. If you want to make this better, what it should have been is, here are the base weapons. Here's the base weapon table. There's all your very basic weapons, and then have a section under here or a section above there being like, effectively, as you can tier up your weapons. If you want to go to a tier 2 or tier 3 or tier 4 weapon, you are effectively putting things on it. The longsword doesn't change really, but it's the advanced longsword, so now it does d8 plus 6 damage, but it's a devouring advanced longsword, so anytime I hit with it, I get a bonus or something. It's the magic devouring longsword something, so now it does a bunch of things. It does magic and physical damage or something like that. That would have been a lot more creative way of doing it, because you can also improve your weapons that you have a sentimental attachment to, or say, hey, I want to get an enchanted weapon really easy, because you can just roll on a fucking table and suddenly get a bunch of fancy cool weapons. But you can't do that because you have this table. Again, it's one of those things, every single book is going to come out with new weapons, going to come out with new things for you to play with, and someone's going to draft up that table, if that makes sense. Someone is going to create the table saying, here's how you can level up your longsword to have all these special features on it. Here's how you can level up the Warhammer to have all these special features on it. That's good? Is that bad? I don't fucking know. But that's what's going on there. Good, bad. Objectively speaking, I don't hate it. It's just very... That makes sense. Just, We're padding the page count. Isn't that just the PF2 rune system? Yeah, but, you know, better. Because the PF2 rune system is kind of stupid. Standing on the edge, not sitting. Yeah, but same idea. I think that's the big idea, is like, having that rune system is not a bad idea. Just added more. Yeah, upgrading things in RPGs is hard. It's not really in this game. Like, the concept is there. It's just applying tags, effectively. Cool, I've got my legendary dagger's got 2 cool tags on it, so it gets to do anything, instead of having to buy the curved dagger with this. This is just a thing that I managed to get. It's now the serrated dagger. Cool, it doesn't do anything really. It's actually the curved dagger is just worse than a legendary dagger, technically. It just does that instead. It's like, oh, can we do that? No. So, here's the combat wheelchair. We're going to talk about the combat wheelchair, and we're all going to enjoy it. Combat wheelchair basics. You are in a wheelchair, and you can kill people with it. It's the Batman meme. Now, luckily, your evasion is... everything is the exact same of being in a wheelchair than being standing, outside of wording things slightly differently. Now, luckily, we can use our wheelchair to attack. Yes. I'm not laughing. How convenient. Literal magic wheelchair mechanics. Yes. Let me see if I can find the exact video of how this functions. Okay, so to give you an idea of how the system works, this is by the Hellspawn. This is how wheelchairs function. that is how the combat wheelchair system functions in this game. It is the Batman wheelchair meme. Wait, wouldn't everyone just use combat wheelchairs then? They're not great. Because it's there, and because you need to have the... These are effectively copy and pasted because this is just what it is. Arguably, the light frame wheelchair is better than the heavy frame wheelchair, though the arcane one is the best. You could say, oh, well, there's some damage here, that's bad, but you lose that evasion, which is, yeah, you have to use agility, strength, or spellcasting stat. Now, inherently, it's not bad, it's just a way to do that. Again, it's burden. It's just like, yeah, to use your heavy wheelchair with strength, you have to use both hands to clobber someone with it. And then you have the magic ones. You have to use your magic stat for this. Now, luckily, this does imply that the optimized way to actually play most spellcasters is to get in a wheelchair and then have a gun. Notepad, what do you mean by this? It means that you have a range of far. You can sit in your magic wheelchair and shoot people, and then when they get close, you bring out your weapon and start attacking them with it. Again, best way to look at it. You get in your arcane wheelchair, you become a mobile artillery platform, and then when they get close, you draw your sword and you start stabbing them to death. Because all of these have +1 to attack rolls for free. Yeah, this is the these are the examples. There's nothing inherently wrong with the wheelchairs. Padding. So in this, all dungeons have ramps and elevators, or it just works. Again, Funko Fantasy. This is the most important thing to understand. This is Funko Fantasy. If you want to be Funko Fantasy, imagine every character piece art here as a Funko Pop. Then immediately everything about this game clicks. Immediately. It's very impressive. If you imagine every character as same art style and everything, just as a Funko Pop, it immediately becomes funnier. 10 out of 10 game. So, these are the secondary weapons. Like, if you select a primary weapon, you can technically have a secondary one. It kind of depends on what you want to do with it. Generally speaking, if you have a one-handed weapon, take a secondary weapon. There is no downside to taking a round shield, because it just gives you bonus armor. There is no reason to not take if you have a long sword, there's no reason to not take a short sword to pair with it. There is no reason. Again, these do not matter. Do not think about these. Only look at this. Look at what shield, what abilities and stuff you have here. Like, also, do you like the hand crossbow being the exact same as my normal crossbow? Do you like that? Do you like it? I fucking like it. I fucking hate this game. Yes, technically, if I wanted to be efficient, the optimized way to make my character would be, yeah, they copy and pasted this section, by the way. The optimized way for my character is dual-wielding crossbows, even though that doesn't do anything. So probably a better idea would be crossbow in one hand, small dagger in the other, so I can attack you at farther range and still shoot you. That is my optimized build. Especially when it's paired like this. Even though that might not even be good, it might be better if I take up a round shield just to improve my armor score. Just additional armor to block. If I shoot you with my crossbow, I get shot, I get hit with a weapon, I get to mitigate it. Yeah. Yeah, the parrying dagger is later on, of course. Yeah, the Hand sling. Yeah, the hand sling is a tier 3 weapon. Yes, always remember the sling. God bless the sling and the buckler are technically tier 3 weapons. I don't know why the sling is considered a tier 3 weapon you can get at level 6. But, hey, level 5 is when you have the privilege of using a fucking sling. I know why, because it has a +4 here. It's very far, +4 damage, and you're going to be possibly rolling 5d6 for that. That's pretty good. It uses finesse. Not many things use finesse. Probably better, and if you're close, it goes up to d8 instead. Cool. That's useful. It does better than most weapons. So that's why it's here. The reason it's here is not because it is a fucking sling, it is because of this information. Because it's got versatile. You know, it's the buckler is here not because it is a buckler, not because it is better than the round shield or better than a tower shield. It is because it is an agility, melee, d4 +4 physical damage, use one hand with a deflecting trait. How's it going? I want to kill myself, Dirty. I want to kill myself. Okay, but the sling is a nutso weapon IRL. Boris. Koofy bot risen from his grave? No, unfortunately not. The Koofy bot has not. So, yeah, it's one of those things as well, where the idea of saying, oh, hey, the sling is a tier 1 weapon that you can upgrade. Cool, fine. Doesn't matter. You can say anything. You can say your hand crossbow is just a fucking sling. That's the thing. The reason it is here for this, you can if you really want to, reword the sling and make it a fucking gun. Make it a revolver. It's not gonna change anything, really. That's just what it is now. The reason the buckler is there is not because it is a high tier weapon or anything. It is there because it has the deflecting trait. And I'm like, okay, really? That's all we're having to work with here? Is that it? Okay. Pain. It's not even that good, really, outside of the deflecting trait. You know, it's like, why is this here? Because it's technically on the same caliber as a advanced round shield or advanced power, tower shield. And in case you were wondering, yes, you can do double shields. That's not great, but it's an option. I don't know how it works, but it can. Yeah, it's like, okay. Here are your options for your armor. Here's your tier 1 armors. Like your tier 1 armors. Generally, don't take anything above chainmail because you're already losing a lot of evasion, so you're going to get fucking smacked a lot more. And you lose agility, which is useful. Oh, hey, it gives me +2. It does. You're going to take a lot more damage than that. It's not much better than chainmail. Have no fear. But then, mind you, once you go to level 2, things start getting a little bit more cracked, one might say. Which you should just let people improve it, right? Because that's the right thing to do. As you can see, 32 damage, 44 damage. Still not great. There's probably some better options here. But again, that's going to be the thing that people are going to get. Hey, what do I want? I want this. Hey, what? How do you upgrade a sling? Upgrade the G string with a bit of rope? I don't know. Yeah, add a scope. Yeah, fuck it. Add a scope. Like so total amount of equipment. So if we are using this guy here, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So about 13 pages are dedicated just to tables, effectively, of tables of various items that you can acquire. If we go into loot's weird. I don't know what people were thinking. What you're supposed to do is, oh, you found loot. roll d12s and then consult the chart. So if I roll a d12 here, I got an 8. Technically, I got the woven net. Yeah, loot sucks. Loot really sucks. Some of them are interesting. However, fun fact, you're going to get curves on these. These aren't like, this isn't like a D100 chart or something. This is, you are getting curves on things. However, curves also mean you can roll low. Cool, you might get a cool super rare item. You mean the charging quiver, but more likely you're going to end up with a, a potion or potion recipe or something. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's cool. Like, there is prices. It's much later on. There's technically also, here's all your consumables. Yippee. Let me see if I can find the let me see if I can find the exact cost for things, because there is a cost for things. It's just, it's not where you think it is. Let's see. It's let me see. Throwing weapons, switching armor, switching weapons. Let's see. No, it's nope, that's definitely not it. There is technically a way of doing it. It is just hellishly expensive for most things, so it should be just be loot, or you just improve it via RP. Yeah. No real price. That's like one of those things, like, is the price real? Probably not. So that's the game. Yeah, that's the entire game. That's all the player really needs to know. But adventuring, like running adventure, most of this is the GM telling you, like, this is the GM section, and it's very verbose. I get what they're trying to do here. There's nothing bad about it. This was probably written by somebody else. Yeah, create a meta conversation. Reframe rather than reject. Lot of just wording. But yeah, the only thing you really need to worry about is here. You roll a d20 for things. Yeah, you roll a d20. You roll a d20 here. Like, cool. That's really all you need to know. Anytime you attack someone, you are rolling a d20, or you're making a move against them. Yeah. Hey, here's a consequence. Here's establishing stakes. Make it clear for guaranteed consequences. Yeah. Experiences impact fiction. Wow! Like, this is effectively, as a GM, please let them use their experiences properly, even though mechanically speaking they shouldn't. Mechanically speaking, this is not how this works, of how the actual rules of the game have been written out. If you want to invoke your master climber, you have to spend it. It is effectively telling the GM, do they have the right experience for it? Just hand wave it. Don't worry about it. You don't need to think about it. GM moves. Yeah. When to make a move. They roll with fear. They fail in action, do something with consequences, give you a golden opportunity to look for what happens next. What does this mean? The basic way is, play the fucking game, dumbass. That's what this section is. Spencer verbose? I don't know who wrote this. I don't think it was Spencer. If it was Spencer, God, he's getting worse. Hello. Remember, Notepad, every game has a chance of being someone's first game. Exactly. And I have to assume this is made for actually, I can't use that word anymore. I have to assume these are made for people who literally have never heard of a tabletop role-playing game before. Fundamentally speaking, not just first game ever, they have never understood the basic principles of what dice are. That's what I have to kind of assume there, which is perfect for the Critical Role audience, arguably. You could just say made for horror, Funko Fantasy, vibes-based Funko Fantasy made for Horus. I think that's a really good way of understanding Daggerheart. Vibes-based Funko Fantasy for Horus. The problem, like, God, like the fucking GM, I hate fucking GM moves. I hate the concept of moves. I'm going to talk about moves here a little bit. The concept of a move is fundamentally not bad. The problem is, you do this naturally. Why do you give it a name? You continue with this gaslighting. I'm not gaslighting you, man. This is something that you obviously like. And there's nothing wrong, Horus, with you liking Daggerheart. I think that's an important takeaway here. I want everyone to remember that. You can clip this, you can tell them. There is nothing fundamentally wrong with you enjoying a game. You like Daggerheart? That's awesome. You love this game. You want to play it. You want to engage with it. Awesome. Good on you. Having fun. Doesn't matter. I don't like it. I do not like this game. Why do I not like it? As I have been explaining throughout this 4 hours, nitpicking here, because it's little things that add up. I can nitpick more. I can get really nitty-gritty with it. Every little detail, I can just like, I don't like it, but I can just get the overall feeling this game isn't for me. I don't care for it. Things about this game do not appeal to me at all. And objectively speaking, I'm going to differentiate this. Okay, here's the thing. Notepad Anon, objective reviewer, gameplay man. There is nothing wrong with this game. It's a 2d12, roll highest, here's a bunch of things. There's some weirder bits to it that I think are going to get immediately changed by literally anybody playing this for any long amount of time. But it's not bad. It's not violently assaulting me. It's not getting mad. It's not shitting on my carpet exactly. It's fine. There's nothing objectively wrong with Daggerheart. Notepad Anon, the opinionated guy who likes to write his own games and has a very specific way of how he wants to, has things that he really likes and things he doesn't like. This is every single thing that I do not like in games. There are a bunch of mechanics in here that I'm like, I don't like this. Something about this just does not sit well with me. This is not my thing. This is not my Private Idaho. And you know what, Horace? If you want to like this game, I can't blame you. I'm not gonna point my finger at you and say, Horace, you were a bad person because you like Daggerheart. I can't do that. I can say though, as Notepad Anon, this game doesn't. I don't like it. I fucking hate this game. Everything about it does not appeal to me in any remote capacity. Any remote capacity, this game does not satisfy anything for me. I think that's important. That's why I never call anything I do reviews, because I don't like the term reviews. I call them opinion pieces, because that's what they are. They're opinions. They're my opinion. From 1 to 10, how many parts do you like it? Here's the thing. Objective Notepad, I give it a solid 8 out of 10. Again, there's nothing bad with it. Purely objective Notepad is... like, the only things that drag it down are... there are some issues with lanes. There's a lot of optional mechanics that contradict other mechanics, and the game does not assume anything in particular. I think that's a very important and dangerous thing. There are, well, it's like this, but it's also like this, and here's a side mechanic for this. It's like, pick a fucking lane. What do you want to do? How are we doing this? Great, you're doing this? Fine. This is the way. I can see the way they want to play the game, and that way is a little janky, but they've done better. They have fixed the game. They have fixed it from the previous version. However, the concept of the domains, not bad. How they are executed and what they actually do, I don't like. I think that's always the problem, is like, conceptually there are ideas I like, and then like the way they are executed don't work for me. If I were to be opinionated, Notepad, then this is a fucking negative 10 out of 10. Like, I fucking hate this game. I don't like it. Nothing about this game really appeals to me in any remote capacity. Usually I can find things... Yeah, playtest was a lot of math, how army used to work. Playtest was... There was 5-6 steps to combats in the playtest. It didn't need that. There was a lot of hemming and hawing. The new version is better, but man, is it just boring. It's a very lukewarm way of doing things, and I would wish they like committed more to the idea maybe, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, commit more to the bit, you have to change other aspects. Pull back, you have to change other aspects. It's like everything is just kind of socketed together weirdly. Is it D&D with cards? No. It's Blades in the Dark with it's Blades in the Dark by way of D&D with its own, people are going to call it thematic mechanic. Yeah, it's just the average cost. Yeah, it's the average cost, and it's in a completely different section of the book, effectively. Yeah, it's... I look at it, I'm like, okay... Like, the card system, I want the cards to feel more impactful. You introduce the concept of the cards, you have the decks, you have all these things. I want every single one of those cards, because I'm only going to get 5 or 6 of them, and I'm only going to get a handful of them if you follow the exact rules of how acquisitions work. I want those to feel impactful. I want to be, holy shit, I've got deft maneuvers. This is my moment. I can do this. This is my special cool ability that I have. I want it to be like that. Then the cards aren't bad. The problem is it's not that. They're not that. And that's, I think, is an issue. All deft maneuvers is I, once per rest, not a short or long rest, a rest, mark stress, mark a resource to ignore making a roll for a system that is already kind of convoluted depending on how you want to look at it. Which, mind you, deft maneuvers may never come up. Quite literally, the concept of deft maneuvers may never appear in a game because you're too busy in a dungeon. If you are in a dungeon, deft maneuvers, fundamentally worthless. But why? But why? Because you are literally expending an ability to move into far range, and if you're never in far range, why would you? You would think deft maneuvers would be really useful for a ranger of some variety. No, it's not. Deft maneuvers is for melee characters to get into range once. It is a one-tap ability, and then you rest. It doesn't do anything. I want it to do more. Cool. I want that to feel like it does more. I want Gifted Tracker to do something more than what it is, rather than, oh, just spend hope arbitrarily. And I get to ask little questions. And if I do it, I get a bonus evasion against it. +1, that's it? +1, 5% bonus? Okay, that's neat. So I spend a, effectively this is, I spend a hope to get a +1 evasion. That's what it is. It's 1 hope, 1 evasion. I spend a resource and get 5% to my AC. I'm like, oh. You can ask the questions, but questions may not even be useful at the time. It's really dependent on what you're tracking. Suggesting your GM lets you track them to begin with. That's also a very important question here. Does your GM even let you do this? This is not an active ability on behalf of the player that is saying, okay, I want to track these characters. GM, are there tracks? No. because it's a flying monster, or it's a fucking whatever, it's a crawling chaos or whatever, or you're just getting ambushed. There's nothing to track. So this ability does nothing. Both of my abilities here, both my level 1 abilities, my first things in my cards, gets tapped once and I may never use it again, or may not even feel value in it at all. Or it's gifted tracker, which the GM kind of has to set up for me and look at me being like, do you want to use gifted tracker at all? And then I have to spend a resource, which I might not have. If I don't have the resource, fucked. And it's like, there has to be something here. Like, am I missing something? Am I not seeing something? But I think that's the part that annoys me. And that's why I get mad at the cards, because they don't need to be there. Do we need a ancestry card? No. Do we need the fucking foundation or the wildborn community card? No, we don't need those cards. They're there because we need to sell you more cards, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, these are the GM moves. Someone fucks up a roll and you can make a GM rule, which is ask a question, make NPCs act, mark stress, force the group to split up, shift the environment, spotlight an adversary. It's like, okay, so play the game. That's what GM moves really boil down to. It is a very structured way of saying play the fucking game. Unless you are in an AP podcast and you've already kind of hammered out all of these things because you have literally a script. What do I know? So, yeah. PC's game Hope as a directly referenced meta currency during the game. You gain fear. Yeah. Make sure you have fear. You can have the ability to just interrupt the players. Oh, undermine the player's fun, hence the scene, create dramatic, not shut down PCs. It's going to be used to shut down PC actions. Let's not kid ourselves here. That is what this is used for. Oh, make an additional GM move. Use an adversary's fear feature, which is one of the very few things it does. Originally, fear had a larger importance in combat because that was effectively the amount of actions they could take during combat. For their people, which was one of the biggest issues when it came to combat because there was really nothing stopping the GM from using Murder Oculus here to run up and take 17 billion actions and kill someone immediately. There was really nothing stopping them from doing that outside of the yeah, release expansions, sell more cards, sell more things. And it's like, can I blame them for that? No, that's a fucking business model, for God's sakes. Yay! Like, in the show. Oh, trust me, we're going to talk about that, actually. Show that they're doing. But it's how obvious that it's it's a platform for expansions and things like that. The fact that it's that, I think, also has a bad taste in my mouth. It's like, oh, well, why aren't there a lot of weapons and like armors and cool stuff like that? Why isn't there a lot of loot? Because it's going to be in an expansion book. Why are there only these set number of classes with these set, very limited number of cards, roughly? Because that's going to be introduced in the expansion. Why are the communities all boring? It's all anti-canon stuff because it's going to be introduced in an expansion. Like, oh. Yeah, they also have to add, don't forget, they have to spend the meta currency to add to their experience as well. It's like, god dang it. Yeah, like, a lot of it's kind of easy to say like, oh, it's a straitjacket or something like that. It's just you spend your currency to force them to do something. Improvising moves, GMing. Yeah, this is roughly the roll difficulty. Yes, you learn about roll difficulty halfway through the fucking book. Yeah, they do give example difficulties for everything, including the strength one, which is subdue a child. Yeah, this is what I mean, like, there aren't really skills, there are these. And it's like, oh cool, you got a +2. 2d12 plus 2. How exciting. Same thing with advantages of adversary roll d20 most of the time. Roll a dice. Oh, make sure you find all the tokens and shit. Fuck you. I can do basic math. Yeah, it's reaction rolls and things like that. Countdown. It's the fucking clocks. You know how clocks work. Come on. Don't you do that to me. Waggle finger. So, distributing gold. Yeah, it's the if you feel like it. Distributing equipment. Make sure that you give people give people things. So, basic average costs. Roughly speaking, 10 gold for meals, 10 gold per night. About it would be 100 gold for a luxury room, 20 gold, 300 for a mount. Let's see. Technically, to purchase tier 1 equipment, it is 1 to 5 handfuls. What does that mean? Nothing. Tier 2 equipment, 1 to 2 bags, so that is 100 to 200 coins. You use the coin system, which is optional, I should add. Yeah, this is like the economy section. Yeah, cool economy. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's just make your own shit. You know, just make your own stuff. Also, here's the thing. At first, when I was going through this game, the other night, I was feeling hope. I was like, oh, is that a fox girl wife who's gonna eat my soul? And I was first like, Zam, architecture, Zam, Zuba, and oh no. It's very impressive how like one thing immediately is like, no, goodbye. Whole bags. Yes, nose ring. Subdue, child. Internal and opaque player system only for new GMs. GM1. The entire idea is like she's seducing them. That's the card art. I can't remember the exact card, but I think they'd use bags to be worth multiple things. Yeah, bags are 10 coins equal 1 handful, 10 handfuls equal 1 bag, 10 bags equal 1 chest. You've got a troubled past. Again, it's astounding how if you remove the nose ring, I'd be like, all right, I can see it. But like the nose ring, immediately, nah. I reject this. Yes. Do you want NPCs to be more mechanical? They get that. That's cool. They get these abilities. Yeah, GM mechanics. Do you want to bite underwater? Have no fear, it's safety tools. I love me some safety tools. Yeah, it's session 0, character creation, 70 minutes. Making characters takes about 5 if you're taking a long time for it. Running a session. A lot of this is like GM 101 stuff. Is it bad to have? No, it's there, and that's just something you have to understand. If that makes sense. Here's the combat section. Hey, do you want to do phased battle? Yeah, they literally encourage it. Video games often change their bosses at certain points in a fight. This is when hell's after they're seemingly defeated. Take a cue from those battles. Yeah, it's kind of like GMing how to make fights, make phases, downtime. Yeah. Yeah, so the using downtime, one of those things of inevitably you are going to be doing things. Though my thing would also be again, this is going to be a system that's going to change. Character death. It's there. Also, how to introduce that, how to level your party. generally speaking, you can level up your party anytime you wish. Yeah, there's no experience points. It's all milestone stuff. Yeah, it's all milestone stuff. So, hey, cool. I want to get new abilities. Sorry, I simply believe that you don't get that. Generally speaking, I would recommend every 2-3 levels. 70 minutes. Yes. Watch their video tutorials during session 0. Yes. Yeah, I think that's I think that plays a part of it. It's like, yeah, it's like every other session. My thing would probably be get to level 4 as fast as physically possible. End tier 2 as fast as possible. Every other session, possibly every session if you want to do it that way. That's physically possible. Then it's every three sessions or even 4 sessions possibly, and then like every 5, 6, like very you stop leveling up about tier 8. But hey, Notepad, I want to get new cards and stuff. Sorry, you have to. Hey, sorry, sweetie, you have to mark this. Hey, sorry, sweetie, you don't get any of you don't get any of those things. Sorry. Ugh. Yeah, it's running a one-shot. It's like, yeah, running a campaign. So, yeah, these are the campaign frames. I'm going to talk about campaign frames a little bit, leaving there. It's a very large section of literally how do you introduce the concept of long-term arcs of plots. It's interesting to there's a fascination with this because I remember in the video I brought up the fact that this is a game built for AP podcasting, and this section does feel like this is a lot of this section is how to run it as an AP podcast with like the arcs and stuff, and it's like some people are gonna like that, some people aren't. It's kind of depends on your poison, if that makes sense. Possibly everything this game has a chance. Does this game has chance of wounding D&D? No, not really. Yeah, the best way to think about it is that D&D will probably kneecap itself before anything else. Here's the thing. I don't know where that Daggerheart video is, because apparently they've already played the first session of one of the campaigns for Critical Role. Let me visit CRG. People are forcing me to go to the CRG. Let me see. Looks like I haven't. There's no reports on it, if that makes sense. There's no like major talks or whatever going on there. I haven't seen anything about it. I haven't really looked too deeply into it. Apparently, they played the first session. It reminds me of a little bit when they played Candela Obscura. I don't know if any of you remember Candela Obscura. The game that was a shittier version of Age of Umbra. Yes, Age of Umbra. That's the campaign. That's a campaign framework in this book, by the way. Which we'll be talking about. I'll be using as the example. It's in Candela Obscura, when they were running through that, they fucked up mechanics actively. That's like one of the things with Candela. They fucked up actively. There were entire rules section where they just violated the rules and they stopped caring about it, to the point where it just, yeah, Candela Obscura had a late-term abortion. Yeah, and I think them playing it did not help. They played it wrong. There were things in that system that did not work. And one of the things here is, in Daggerheart, they have to play the Age of Umbra campaign with all the mechanics here. They have to play it fucking flawlessly. They can change nothing from the core system that they do not specifically cite. Why do I say that? I say that because imagine your brand new D&D killer that's going to be your cool new flagship project, and the first time people really start seeing it get played for realsies, you just ignore mechanics or you change things in the book. Just ignore it or change it. That means your own people do not have faith in the game. And it's like, oh no. Like, that's what happened with Candela Obscura, is that people were doing things in that game that just were not in the rule book, or like blatantly breaking the rules, but they didn't care because they didn't like it. And then immediately it was like, okay, no one gives a shit about fucking CO anymore. Who cares? And I think that's a big thing with this. Because will the CR group like this game? I do not know. Maybe they won't. It's hard to tell. There are things that you can do, like, oh, you can have all the funny graphics, you can have the cards, and you'll put the cards up on screen, things like that. You can make this game very AP friendly, very video friendly. Will that translate into making this a good game? If that makes sense. Will this be popular? Will this be successful? Or a niche of people will really like the game, and this is like, oh, well, I like playing Daggerheart because I enjoy this game. I've made content for it. Here's the Dagger Jam. And you will just never hear about it. The best way to think about it in more solid terms would be when they are playing the Age of Umbra campaign on live stream, how fast will it take? How fast will it take for someone to say, when are they playing D&D again? How fast? Because if it's immediate, it's fast, it's quick, it's not doing it. They're not gonna work. It ain't gonna work. They're gonna make, nope, I'm good. Yeah, they just have to carve out a niche and keep an audience, and I don't know if Daggerheart will. I think there will be people who like it. But this is also the game that... This is a game that needs constant support. Every year there's got to be a new book coming out. Every few months you're doing drops. Every couple weeks, there's jams going on. People are making content, people have to continuously be making content for this game because how empty some aspects are. But will that do well? I don't know. I don't think. Maybe it'll do great. Maybe it'll be the greatest thing ever created by man, and everyone will love it. I don't know, though. So, we're going to talk about... So, these are all our various adversary types, because they kind of broke it down MCDM style. Everything is very, kind of broken down. It's Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition. All of this is leading to D&D 4e. It always comes back. It's great. This is the, yes, also, don't forget, make sure you have tokens, and make sure you are marking stress. Yeah, each adversary stress tracked individually. One very strange thing, there's a couple different ones when it comes to, like, oh, minions, how do you actually defeat, if you're relentless, adversary reactions, and things like that. There's quite a few here, but I'm going to go down to just a handful of things also. Here is the battle guide. This is your battle points. Yeah. How many, this is your CR, effectively. So, yeah, if you're using 2 or more solo adversaries, so have 2 points if you have 1d4 to all adversaries' damage rolls, about lengthening the battle. The fight should be more dangerous or last longer. Yeah, welcome to the wonderful world. Once you craft your combat encounter, yep, here you go. A party of 4, help introduce a new enemy having 4 PCs, me 14 battle points. 13, 8 for 2 bruisers, 4 for 2 standards, and 1 for 4 minions. Now, Is there a good idea of, like, there's not really good tiers when it comes to that. The tier here is effectively what tier are the at what tier are your characters at. For example, if we go down to let's swing all the way down here. They kind of teach you how to make your own things. How do you make your own enemies? How do you make your own characters here? And some of them can be very we'll say they can be very in depth to some. Be very detailed there. So we're just gonna go down to some basic adversaries. So we want to fight a cave ogre. He's a solo. He's a tier 1 solo. He has a difficulty of 13. What does that mean? It means you have to hit a 13 to hit him. His thresholds are 815. He has 8 HP, 3 stress. He's a +1 to his attack, d20 +1, very close range, 1d10 +2 physical damage. No matter what, he has the ramp up feature. You have to spend fear to spotlight the ogre. If you do not have fear, the ogre will do nothing. Cool. Bone Breaker. You always deal direct damage. What does this mean? It means armor is useless against an ogre. Remember that. Ogres literally ignore all your armor. Mark stress, pick up a heavy object and throw it at someone. Why would you ever do that? But wait, it makes sense. It's not 1d10 +2 physical damage. It's actually just direct damage. Yeah, when you take 2 damage, you can attack and just deal more damage. Yeah. Maybe looking at this, like, this feels more like a tactics game, right? Like a tactical game. Yes, you are correct. You would be, in fact, correct in that assumption. Why are they this way? I do not know. This is just the way they are. Let's see. Do we have any particular things that we want to see? Any particular kinds of monsters that we want to see of how they function? I think a homebrew culture is for a TRPG. When it comes to homebrew culture keeps a homebrew culture keeps a game alive longer than anything. However, homebrew culture can also be incestuous at points, and that's how you get some of the OSR community stuff, where you end up with very radical beliefs on my way to play D&D is the objectively correct way. And if you homebrew culture can devolve into elitist culture, if that makes sense. So let's do technically a boss would be a leader or a solo. So let's do so this is the Jagged Knife Lieutenant, Seasoned Bandit. So he's a leader. He is there with a group of other people. He is clearly the difficult character. He's not too difficult to kill. If Amarin were to shoot him, he would deal d6 damage, and so he would be doing not much damage. Actually no, he wouldn't really be doing any damage, in fact. Oh no. Technically, I'd be doing 1 damage to him. Yeah, I do 1 damage to him, because unless I roll a 6, and then I might do 2 damage to him. Let's see, do we have any, let's see if we can find any more. Minor Demon, circles below, 815. Uh-oh. I need some better weapons. Yeah, you're going to be doing 1 damage to these guys a lot. Remember that. You're doing 1 damage a lot early on. Yeah, I think that's the Minor Demon. Sorry. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, the pirate captain. This is what he does. Yeah, a lot of them give like there's a lot of these like passive actions. A lot of like, oh, well, I get to do this and I get to, oh, no quarter, choose a target, more tyrants, and yeah, everyone gets, yeah, it just stresses you out, and that means you can take damage. Hey, let's see. Let's get out of tier 1. Tier 1 is for babies. We don't deal with babies here. An entire group of archers, literally luckily, thank God, we have the fucking squad of longbowmen meme. You can do local lore and meme posting in this game, and it's great. Let's see, a master assassin, for example, a 1225. You need to do 25 damage to do 3 damage, 12 damage to do 2, or anything lower than that, 1. Yeah. Let's see, the subtle blade. Standard attack against a vulnerable target. Spend fear, deal severe damage. Yeah. Yeah, you strike is 1. Mark stress of your 5 stress, and you get to, yeah, congratulations, you get to just do 1 billion assassin attacks and kill everyone. The battle box. Do you wish to confront the battle box? Have no fear, it's battle box in time. Or do you want to fight a tier 2 minion conscript? You know, conscripts. Cool. Let's see, yeah, here's a pretty like strong character. This is a solo. Solos are kind of meant to, you're way better than most people. 1325, so minimum you have to do at least 13 damage to do 2 damage to them of their 9, or 25 or greater to do 3 damage. And they get the ability to get spotlighted more. Do have a bunch of different abilities. Being able to attack you for 2d10 plus 4 physical damage, or get reacted upon, and then you get to effectively kill a character. Yeah, you get to kill a character, because they can do petrification. Also, if you attack someone, you get fear points. Let's see, Knight of the Realm. Knight! Let's see. The Minotaur, I have no fear. The Minotaur also gets to beat the shit out of you. Have no fear. It's very important. Let's get some. Let's get some real enemies. Welcome to the Demon of Avarice and the Demon of Despair. If you are fighting a Demon of Avarice, yes, he will just steal your money, or you have to pay him to get real damage on him, or to not die. Yes, he robbed you. So we are conscripts, so we aren't the good. Yeah, you can fight conscripts. You can find an endless horde of them. Yeah, money is time. Spot 1d4 plus 1 allies. Doesn't really dictate. So a Demon of Avarice can just highlight everyone and kill you. Yeah, that's let's see, the Dryad, a nature spirit. Do you like that? 24, 38 damage. To do 1 damage, most likely. If you roll poorly, you're doing 1 damage. The Stag Knight. A Hydra. You want to fight a Hydra? Let's see. Do we have anything fun and exciting? Do we have anything, the Ice Dragons. Now, Tier 4 endgame tier threats. Let's see. Fallen Warlord, Realm Breaker, a fallen god, wreathed in rage and resentment. And he has 8 HP. He does 8 HP. He can do additional things. And gets to reduce damage a bunch. So you get to attack him and do 1 damage. Also, have no fear. Undefeated champion, and immediately... Yeah, you effectively, what happens is you do the Fallen Warlord, and then you immediately go into the Undefeated Champion variant. Yeah. Welcome to Tier 2. He gets just more health for you to do one damage to. Let's see, do we have anything other? Yes, the Volcanic Dragon, if you want to do some Monster Hunter shit in there, or the Ashen Tyrant. Technically, when it comes down to environments are kind of stupid. It's a very regimented way that doesn't really need to be this way. It's a tier 1 event. It's an event that you're setting up. It's an environmental thing. It's fine. I don't know why it's here, but it is. Now, this is a campaign frame. This is the final really bit of the game. So with 4 people, party TTK, it's 2 turns for every single encounter. Oh no, the Demon of Avarice is a tier 3 monster, thank you very much. Tier 4 is Omega Death God, so with 4 people, party TTK is 2 turns for every single encounter. The thing is, when it comes to this, you have to remember a few things. At most, you will do 3 damage. That is the absolute highest amount of damage you can do, and that is suggesting you roll 66 damage. Likelihood of you rolling 66 damage, extremely minimal, unless you are full on in the proficiency department. And even then, I'm full on in proficiency with my crossbow. 6d6 plus 1 right now. That's 36 I would be doing 1 damage. If I hit and he doesn't choose to just ignore it, or he has an effect that lets him just ignore it. 8 damage doesn't seem too much until, 8 health doesn't seem like too much until you realize that is 1 HP an attack maybe, and if you hit. You gotta remember, because you still have to roll to hit. If you don't roll to hit, you miss, and you just not. Suggesting that the GM doesn't immediately open up by putting you all on the back foot, and you... Yeah, so generally speaking, you're looking at probably 3-4 rounds most at best. But mind you, that's also not within the cost, Mara, because it's not just the solo. Oh, no. A solo has adds. You are literally supposed to add adds, because a solo is only worth 5 battle points. If you have 4 people, that's 12 plus, that's 15 battle points. So in theory, you can just put 3 solos in there. Because that's how the CR system works. Is 3 Ultimate Death Warlords, or the Ultimate Death Warlord and his Legion of fucking Doom. Yeah, so TTK is 3 turns, they have to do it like D&D. Exactly. I'm confused with it. What are you confused with? What are you confused with a Pistolier? I will do my best to answer. I kind of blew through a lot of the enemies, but what do you need help with? Ooh. I'm re-upping my water in a while. Okay, so I'm going to explain damage, and this might help explain some things. So, I'm gonna get rid of you, even though these numbers aren't quite right, but just bear with me. As Amarin, as my level 1 character, let's say, for example, someone does 8 damage to me. So I've taken 8 damage. That is above my threshold here for major damage, but below my severe damage threshold. 8 is greater than 5, lower than 11. I would mark 2 HP. I would mark 2 HP. I can spend armor points up here to reduce it down to only 1 HP. We'll assume we're not. Easy enough to understand. Damage is not technically HP reducing damage. When you see the word HP, mentally replace it with the word wounds. Effectively, every enemy has 8-10 wounds instead of actual HP. Now, the idea here, so let's say for example, so when we actually let's bring up a so we'll bring up this this head vampire here, a good old fashioned vampire. Effectively, if we roll so when it comes to his 3 thresholds, he takes minor damage at anything from 1 to 21 damage. He takes major damage from 22 to 41 damage, and he takes a severe damage from 42 plus. So, what does this actually mean? When he takes damage, when I roll to hit, and let's say I roll 4d6, 46 damage plus, let's say 3. Let's see, I rolled 9, 10, 11, 12. I rolled 15 damage. Okay, so how many wounds would he take? Because he took 15 damage, and that's within his minor wound threshold, he would only take 1 wound. So he marks off 1 HP. So when it says, oh, it's 6 HP, understand that might be 6 attacks, that could be more or less, and to hit him is already a TN 17. 2d12 plus whatever my bonus is versus 17, and that bonus might be a +4 at this point, maybe +5 if you specialize into it. Now, yeah. Now the thing is, when we get into like advanced concepts of like armor, for example, all armor does for a PC anyway, and we'll do a PC armor just to explain this again because it is a relatively wonky system. When it comes to PC armor, you can effectively mark armor, you know, when you might have like 3 to 5 armor pieces, whatever it is, and you just reduce wounds by 1. That's the best way to think about it. You reduce the number of wounds you take by 1, or in this case, reduce HP damage by 1. You know, HP damage by 1, but it's not HP damage. It's a wound, but the wording here is wrong. Yeah, now mind you, if depending on your proficiency, and this is the thing, because you're improving your proficiency fairly actively with different weapons and such, so as this builds up, this just adds a flat additional damage die. If you have a d12 there, you might be rolling 6d12 at level 8, level 10. Which, okay, that's a shit ton of damage, and you might be adding like, oh, I get to add 3d10 extra damage, I get to add this damage, I get to add this, I get to add this. Like that's the big thing there. When it comes down to fighting things like a vampire or a Vault Guardian Sentinel, you're trying to effectively beat these thresholds to do a little bit more damage. Most of the time, they don't do that much. And if you really notice, a lot of these, it's, hey, you lose hope if you do this. Hey, you get extra fear. That means you can trigger extra abilities. Hey, you can mark followers. Then you can clear HP. Or you spend fear to summon more vampires. Or just suck the life out of somebody. Yeah. He gets a reaction, effectively. When he gets spotlighted, he gets to roll a d8, and on the 6 or higher, he just damages everybody for free. Yeah, it's mostly a lot of these, it's a lot of trigger effects. That's like the big thing here. It's a lot of trigger effects. But now let's get down to campaign frames. So I'm going to explain the campaign frames the best I can, and we're going to explain it with so welcome to the Age of Umbra. In a dying world, immersed in a relentless shadow and nightmarish monsters, small communities hold fast to the light. Only those who can endure can find a way to solve this broken realm, for all is lost to darkness. Yeah, so effectively, you can kind of think about a campaign frame is a quick pitch campaign idea. They did this with Wildsea, and this is where it's directly ripped from. I didn't much care for it for Wildsea because I thought they were kind of dull. But tone and feel, themes, touchstones, yes, touchstones of how you run the Age of Umbra campaign. Dark Souls, Kingdom Death Monster, Berserk, The Seventh Seal, Blasphemous. And they kind of give you a rundown of like what's going on. This is where the world building is, i.e., not world building. They kind of give you an idea of like, oh, what are the communities like in this situation? Oh, what are the ancestries like? What are the classes like now? What do the players have to think about? What do the GM has to, what are they thinking about? Now, what are some distinctions? Ooh, the rarity of respite, shadow of society, death becomes a curse, magic is suspicious. The inciting incident, there we go, like one of the things there. Campaign mechanics. So, this is unique to this campaign. They're going to be selling you these, by the way. So, when an adversary is Umbra touched, warped themselves, they critically succeed on a 1920, and as you get scars, you deal extra damage equal to the number of scars you have. Also, it annoys the shit out of me they don't capitalize scars, because it's technically a proper term. But when a PC marks their last hope, they don't retire. They become an evil thing, and you can do the fiery beacons. You have to activate the bonfire, sacred pyres, and you have to acquire the sacred blessed branches to do so. Everyone, all enduring, present, gain 3 hope, and flame amidst repels all but the most powerful monsters. Oh, cool. Oh, what does the lurking darkness do? Oh, no. Things go, whoa, oh, you get fear. Oh no, you can get fear to have them raise zombies. Oh no, and then you get things like, there are a handful of other ones. Let me, so here, I'm gonna go all the way up here to, yeah, oh no. Yes, when an invading nation attacks an ancient forest deity, everything goes wrong. It's Wildsea, but bad. Kind of see what they're supposed to do. And if we scroll down here, let me see. Yeah, the Gods of Fainwick. Okay, the inciting campaign mechanics, corruption of the Witherwild. 5 banners burning. Rival nations boil over. This is the Game of Thrones one, by the way. Touchstones. Avatar Babylon 5. Friends of Tables Partisan, Board of the Blade, Court of Blade, Dragon Age Inquisition, Eberron. Wildsea but bad is just Wildsea. Oh, with a tone like that, he sort of AP of his own. But yes, as you can kind of see, these are what they kind of are. They're campaign principles, and they're like basic ideas, if that makes sense. Oh, you want to do campaign mechanics? This is unique to this. Here's the faction relationship situation. Here's the objective countdown. Okay. Oh, you want to do the beast feast? You have to cook food. It's the dungeon meshy one. And do they directly cite? Yes, of fucking course they do. Cite One Piece in this. Yeah, of course. Also, here's special equipment that they get. Yeah, special equipment they get. How peculiar, how strange, how mystifying. You can even say, hey, wait a second, don't these do things outside of the most boring shit imaginable? Congratulations. It's a beast feast. Age of Umbras, again, we kind of talked about, that's the Dark Souls one. We've got the mech one, Horizon Zero Dawn. Again, still have no fucking idea who plays that game, but someone very does. Yeah, we need more equipment. It's literally the same, but just reworded. Yes, a motherboard, in case you want to play Horizon Zero Dawn in this game as well, it's here. If you want to, but okay. Let's see. Again, special game mechanics, of course, for these. Yeah, also there's also a hacking system, maybe. And yeah, don't. Colossus of the Drylands, Red Dead Redemption, Deadlands, Shadow of the Colossus. Hi, Spencer. Yeah, it's cowboys. You can just play cowboys because guess what? They have literally just guns now. Yeah, you wanna have a fucking gun? Yep, here's the guns. You wanna fight giant enemies? Here's how you do it. Here's all the appendix stuff. You can write down all the abilities. It's there. It's just boring. You know, all the reference sheets, all the action rolls, and things like that. Yeah, these are also completely separate, by the way. That's an important thing as well. All of these are completely separate and have nothing connecting them. Yeah, here's just some literally random maps that you can use if you feel like it. And here are all the character sheets that you're supposed to use. You may as well talk about the cards a little bit. Let's see. Most of them are like, take severe, mark stress, and mark it by a threshold. Oh. When you roll damage, you can re-roll 1s and 2s. Or whirlwind. Okay. Some of these do a lot more than others. Like, if you select a grimoire, you can do all of these things. But again, if 2 people have the, intelligence one or whatever, you have to kind of pick and choose. There's only 3 of them. Like, do we have anything specific we want to see here? But I play this over Anima. Look at COD. Look at the language page. No, it's an entire language. I don't care. I don't care because I don't like Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah, it's some of these are yeah. But hey, if you're playing that, bare bones is useful all of a sudden, and you don't need armor, but you have to keep it equipped. This does mean that you can de-equip the fact that you're unarmored. Do you want to de-equip the fact that you're unarmored? It's great. It's truly astounding. Truly a magnum opus of game design. But yeah, no, it's kind of see like some of these are there, but yeah, you kind of start seeing two, like body bolster, and you even see like, okay, like here's like level 2 healing hands, spellcraft 13, target a creature other than the melee range. On a success, mark stress, clear 2 HP or 2 stress. On a fail, you mark stress to clear hit points. Heal the same target until your next long rest. Congratulations, you can heal 1 to 2 damage by marking stress. Good job. You did it. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Or you can just fucking fly. That's also an option of being able to fucking fly. Some of these are more impressive than others. Like, I'm not going to go through every single fucking ability, because why the fuck would I do that? But I look at a lot of these, I'm like, okay, here's your 2 options here. Here's your 2 options here. It's like, all right, I am sleep. I feel nothing. I feel hollow on the inside. Now, mind you, you're not getting any of these until much later. Yeah, do you like this level 10 ability? Like this masterclass ability? When someone misses, you just clear stress, and if you can't, you get a meta currency that doesn't do anything as your level 10 ability. I know, it's astounding. Yeah, it's definitely there, all right. Daggerheart. Here's the thing. Is Daggerheart good? It's fine. There's nothing objectively wrong with it. It does not shit on my carpet. Is there anything interesting about Daggerheart? No, not really. There's nothing that appeals to me, personally. Funko Fantasy ain't my jam. It might be Horace's jam, the way he's vigorously defending it. Funko Fantasy ain't my thing. If I want to do something here, if I want to play I want it to be more focused. And it is fine. You can say, oh, it's subpar, it's bad. It's fine. It works. Nothing about this game doesn't not function. It's there. It's just... Good try. You did it. You get a gold star. We're gonna put this on the refrigerator. Good job, Spencer. It's on the refrigerator now, next to your macaroni drawing you did when you were 6. Good job. That's what Daggerheart feels like. Like, you've done nothing wrong. Congratulations. Here's a 400-page book that will definitely make someone happy. And then be, oh, will it be popular? I don't know. I can't tell. It's things like this. They might click off, they might not. It really depends. But it's kind of one of the first ones to start really coming out in regards to the D&D killers, right? Is this going to be the D&D killer? Is this going to be the game that wins? No. I think it deviates too far for a lot of people to hop onto it. And I think there's going to be some of the hardcore gamers that are like, nah, I don't like this. It's too loosey-goosey. I want something more structured. I want something more... I want something more structured. I want something more that... are the people who watch CR... Here's the thing. The people who watch CR are going to pick up Daggerheart and play Daggerheart with their group. That's a hard question to answer. Because there comes a few different... There comes a few different ways you can approach that question. And it kind of boils down to the very simple query of, is Daggerheart friendly enough to people who have no fucking idea what TRPGs are? If you did not know what a TRPG was, and you presented them Daggerheart, do you think they would be able to do well? We are all of us here right now, all the 20-so people who showed up, we are brain rotted. All of us. Brain rot. We know too much. We understand dice shit. We get that. We get annoyed by moves showing up. We see, like, that doesn't make any fucking sense because this is D8, this is a D10 or whatever. This doesn't make any sense. you would need to approach this from a CR fan's perspective, and being their very first TRPG that they have ever experienced. They do not know what D&D is. They have no preconceptions. Average CR fan, no idea what dice are. If you presented them Daggerheart, would they get it? I don't know. I really don't. Because on one hand, there are aspects about this game that are overly friendly. There are very things about this game are very overly friendly. Hey, let me walk you through every single aspect of what playing a tabletop game is all about. On other hands, it's like, here's 15 different things to manage in very obtuse ways. By the way, crossbows aren't written correctly. Oops. I just fucked up there. Do narrative improv combat all of a sudden. I'm like, would a player be able to do that? Would a brand new, more than 5 episodes without knowing a single die? You'd be baffled. Absolutely baffled. That's the funny thing. Again, it's the classic. It's the very classic. I'm a huge Persona fan. Can't wait to play my first Persona game. That's the way you got to look at a lot of CR fans, and what I can only assume to be the case. Because any CR fan who anyone who likes Critical Role, who knows tabletop games, will be the first one to tell you they don't play D&D at all. They play improv theater with D&D, with a D&D aesthetic. On the other hand, if you don't know, you haven't bought. Like, this is how D&D is meant to be played. Even though, again, if you know tabletop games, Critical Role should not be like the quintessential tabletop role-playing game experience or something, because it is different. It is a fucking alien concept to what a home game would look like. What does Daggerheart do there? I don't know. See, unfortunately, if I really wanted an objective opinion on this, I would need to get my mom to read this. I don't know if there are anybody who is completely foreign to the concepts of TRPGs to do this. Well, actually, there's one person we could ask. There's one person we could ask. I could yell at Scribble to get his girlfriend to sounds like an idea for a stream. No. I don't know what you're thinking. I could ask Scribble to ask his girlfriend, who is very much of a normal. There's zero game from showing this to your mother. My mom would be very confused. That's the funny part. She would be extremely confused, but she would still look through like the first like 4 or 5 pages and be like, I don't know what any of this means. I'm like, I know. It's okay. I understand. It's all right, Mom. But I recall one time you said, "Nope, Mom explained your job as a D&D." Yeah, it's a D&D. And honestly, that you would need somebody like that, completely unironically, to tell you, is Daggerheart for them? Is Daggerheart for someone who has never, ever heard of a TRPG before? Or is Daggerheart for people who know? Because I'm annoyed by it. Constantly annoyed by aspects in that game. Constantly. Bothers me to no end. On the other hand, is it because I'm brain rotted and know too much? I've read games that people don't know about. There are games out there that I have read and looked over that don't have Wikipedia articles, that don't exist outside of microscopic bullshit. I've read Russian TR, I've read Czech, I've read all these weird shit. I'm fucking brain rotted. I'm in too deep. I'm in the sauce. But if you've only experienced D&D, I don't know. I really don't. I think that's the problem. I don't know. It's hard. I don't think there's a right answer. But I think we all know what time it is, everyone. When Eureka Investigation Urban Fantasy. It's shit like that. Like, I am brain rotted in that regard. And that's something that, like, I have to... It's always interesting talking about certain games and things like that, with, like, my opinion on Pathfinder and my opinions on, like, various things, where it's like, I can look at things from a very particular perspective. I can be like, I don't like this mechanic at all. This annoys me. You know, it's just like, oh man, this guy's cake is better than mine. Oh, cool, 2 cakes. That is how it feels sometimes. Because again, we're brain rotted, all of us. We get annoyed when we see tieflings. I get fucking annoyed. Anytime I see a tiefling, I get annoyed. I hate tieflings. Because I've been there. I know tieflings at this point. I've been there. I understand that they are annoying. On the other hand, why do people keep playing tieflings? They keep playing tieflings because there's obviously something appealing about them that they like playing. And I'm curious what it is. I don't know. Maybe we'll find it. Maybe we won't. So, let's get back to the let's get back to what we do professionally. Let's look at Kickstarter and point and laugh at things. So let's go on the ended project. Dead World made its money. Good job, Dead World. Card game, BCG. Wandering Blades, old school tabletop RPG. Yeah, I was not too surprised about this one making its money, so that's good. Doesn't look like Starlot's really going to make that. Starlot, first ever TRPG made in Singapore. Way too much money they were asking for there. Way too much money. Neon City. This is kind of a 50-50 right here. Like, it might make it. 10 days seems like a not long, but it is a long time there. I don't think Werewhales are going to make it. 0 out of 10. Truly, life is pain. De Jura made its money. So, good job, De Jura, I guess. See, Horace, the problem is when you say, yeah, it's a banger game, I have to remind us all that you did in fact send me the bug fucking game. Let us all remember that Horace did in fact send me, an innocent naive fool, the hardcore bug fuck rape game. So anytime you say it's a banger game, I can only really assume it's going to be pornographic in content. It's okay. It's okay, Horace. I respect your opinion. Tabletop games. Let's take a look on Kickstarter. That's like the most racist depiction of a epic strategy. Okay, Grim Origins, D&D. Okay, 5e, STL, dice. A new SCP RPG coming out? Oh, Jesus. 5e. One Shots, the drinking RPG. A mech horror RPG experience. Okay. Waifu Wars. Nope. Not clicking on that. Nope. Not clicking on that. Nope. AI cat game. Tieflings were introduced as a wildcard race, basically chimera colonial inkling. Monty Cook made them all demons, and his degeneracy trickled down. Both of you stop or you're both getting banned. Just understand that. Stop now or you're both getting banned. Solid. Listen, Horace, listen. So, Apocalypse Survivor, Black Sun, Chernobyl, avoid the nuclear disaster. All right. How do I stop cyber fantasy? Oh, my oh me. Post Hammer. Okay. Dinosaur scientifically dinosaur board games. Let's see. A lot of board games coming. Is there a board game thing going on? Let's see. Tavern Myths, Quantum Spirit. 33 Cards of Jesus. My God. No. Oh. Let's see. Am I going to get sad in people? Good. Let's see. Guggin over Dunkendald. Trench Raid. Okay, I mean, that's... The official Flash Gordon CCG? That's... Oh. Okay. Well, would you look at the time? Let's see. Chronica. Shapeshifters. Ratib. Man, this... You ever look at something and you're just like, wow, this is... a thing? Tales of the Valiant? Wow! I still find it funny that Tales of the Valiant from Kobold Press always has to market itself with 5e as well. Every single time, because they're the same fucking game. Truly, I love it. I love Society, bottom text. Let's see, The Crypt of Kronos. Let's see. I'm over here, let's, Colonized. That is the most racist depiction of a Frenchman ever. I love it. The King, the Colonists, Colonial Forces, Founding Fathers, the King's Forces. I mean, I guess that's kind of... Oh, so it's civil... Oh, God, it's... Jesus Christmas Christ almighty, you need 50 grand. Fuck, dude, what are you asking for? It reminds me of Sid Meier's Colonization. I fucking love Sid Meier's Colonization. Both versions, actually. Yes, both versions. I did play 50 grand. What the fuck are you? You're asking for way too much money, man. 50 grand. Jesus. The Millennium Project. Oh, yick. Superhero films of the 2000s. What's the hyper one-page RPG of hot? Oh, this seems kind of fun. I'm in. Y2K role-playing game. Yeah, I'm. It's a one. I don't think it's going to be a very large game. It looks like it's just looks like they're just expanding out the one-page game to make it a bit bigger. Okay. SCP-0. Is it more SCP? It's absolutely no. Mech horror game. Chernobyl. How do I stop dying in Chernobyl? Power control cards. A little more game. Where are you from? You are from Spain. Go away, Spain. Birmingham, Alabama. let's see. Cyber frame. Let's see. What is... Oh, they already have tieflings. Ah, cool. They've got tieflings in my, What would I do without the tieflings in my, fucking games? What would I do? They already got a t-shirt out. Let's see. So, right on. Blue Cottage Media. What else have you made? You've made a critical hit and save deck. All right. We're in. They do candles. Oh. They do candles. Dice. Interesting. Do you want to go with the Dance of the Devil? Jesus name. Oathhammer. Broken Blade Publishing. Wait a second. Storms over Sternberg, Streets of Peril. I remember this one. This was a... Yeah, these games were kind of odd. I remember these two. So, I mean, if we go here... Perilous D6. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I should go over the Perilous D6. I've seen people talk about it. Interesting enough. It looks like it made its money pretty good. Domain level play, hex crawling. Looks like they really went on it. I know that artist too. I can't remember the art. Did they say who the artist is? Justin Gerard. It's Funko Fantasy. Okay, how do I play a dinosaur? This is the most important thing for me. I wish to play dinosaurs. I am in fact a 12-year-old boy, and this is my... Oh my god. 2 Triceratops, 2 T-Rex. Riverbend board. Like... Oh my god, it's a dinosaur fighting game. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dinosaur fighting games. Yeah, this is... Hell yeah, I'm in. He needs a lot of money, but I can also see him... I can see the reason why he needs that amount of money, because it looks like there's a lot of parts. It looks like you can also just download the rules for free. Yeah, I can respect it. Finally, it's time for Dinosaur Kino. How do I learn about the words of Jesus? Quantum physics and mindful practice. Oh my god, it's Horus. Miracles are real. Word is vibration. Oh my god, it's AI Jesus. You need a lot of money for this, man. Quantum. Yeah. In 20 years, TRPG will be solely controlled by 50-year-old ladies. Dino Jaw, so it's legit. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's the word, you know, and the word was God, and the word was God. I mean, yeah, it works. Trench Ray looks like it's a pretty play. Oh, it is a solitaire game. Oh, nice. Tactical level solitaire, hex based. All right. Comes shit too. Oh, Compass. I know Compass. I've seen a lot of these games. They pop up every now and again. They're usually very small. They don't do too much, but they don't need to have too much. Like only 2,500. That's really nothing. But that's just, he appeals to a very specific audience. I respect this guy immensely. So good on him. Okay, the Flash Gordon universe cards. Alt art boss cards. Boss cards? Battle enhancement character classes. Gameplay setup, battle location, character battlefields, boss card, player hand. I don't know why it's... Here's the thing, I don't know why this is a CCG and not like a... So I know, I guess that's the reason. I mean, this seems like it would probably be better in the, probably be better in the long run if it was a, like an living card LCG. An LCG that the idea would be like you're buying the Flash Gordon deck, you're flying the whatever. Probably be best. So, City of Black Rose, a 5e and Daggerheart horror setting for 5e Daggerheart and all RPGs. It's a campaign frame. Inspired by the podcast. Okay. Oh, there's Brennan Lee. There's Brennan. Let's see. Yeah, it's a campaign frame. Choose your system. It literally means nothing. Cool. Are any of you fans of 3 black halflings? Any of you, any big 3 black halflings fans? Straightism. Yeah, do you want to? Anyone heard of this? Am I the weird one? I have never heard of these guys before, but perhaps I am also perhaps it is just because I am a flagrant racist who hates everyone and doesn't like anything good. But yeah, I've never really heard about that. But yes, it apparently is Daggerheart compatible. Of course, it's 5e compatible more. You know, yeah, it's a... Yeah, they literally did the touchstones. This is the campaign framework. They literally published a campaign. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Tales of the Valiant makes $8 jillion. We love 5e. The wretched. Oh, strip down 5e. Nope, I'm good. Estra Arcanum. Let's see. Let's see. Astra versus Lost Survival is a lie. Let's see. Tell me rules and mechanics. That's all that matters to me. D20 dice pool. D20 dice pool. Okay. Front firing into more dice being thrown. Single shot. Railgun. Last minute to break through digital lock. Lose rules on single die roll. Modifiers beat a difficulty rating. Okay, combat targeted damage system. So it's probably... I'm curious of what it would do. It's made all its money 10 times over, but... let's continue on with it. Let's see. We got it's got to be something fun, right? Sin Eater, nope. Let's... we have anything fun and exciting? Let's play a game, everybody. That's just a porn thing. That's just porn. How did this keep happening? Okay, now we're kind of hitting the yeah, we're kind of hitting the nothing ever happened section of the this. I love the nothing ever happens part. Let's see. Role playing set haunted. Okay, haunted Civil War South. Land of money away, 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 away. Short Stack Rebellion. Short Stack Rebellion. Oh my god, it's Atlas. Let's... Ivy. Galactic and Going Rogue. This is actually by a Jumpgate Games. Jumpgate Games is actually technically a... people involved with that game are also involved with Jay. It's one of his editors, and that's why there's technically two games, because one of them isn't technically their game, but it's another game. It's a very messy thing. Do I care? Not that much. Let's see. Avatar Legends, the Unity, the Roku era. I have officially licensed adventures. That's cool. It's not even Magpie. Okay. Let's see. Wait a second. This game already exists. No, this game already exists. You already made this game. You can't say that. You can't say, oh yeah, no, you've done this game already. This is a game that already exists. No, it's not. It's a card game. What the fuck? No, there was a TRPG called Tournament Arc, right? I'm not losing my fucking mind. No, Tournament Arc was the game. Yeah, I remember this distinctly. Because there were two games that came out almost at the exact same time that had the exact same pitch. And the exact same pitch was that it was a anime sports arc game. I remember that. I can't remember the names of them, but I remember one being called Tournament Arc. But hey, let's see. Southern Goth. Oh, they did the thing. Looks interesting enough. Don't know if it's going to... might work, might not. Wasteland Odyssey Founder Season. Ooh. Oh no. Let's see. Proxy Hammer. Oh god, I'm gonna send that over to Pro because I find that funny. Let's see, Baps Mead. Okay, we're not really seeing anything too exciting here. We'll go down a little bit more and see if we can find anything. Castle Among the Clouds, Playbook, Legend RPG. Stories You Love Most. I remember that one. Yeah, we've seen these ones already. Okay, let's go to itch.io. Each. Send this over to Pro here. I like it how the company name is just Proxy Hammer. Like there's something there's something very funny about that. But let's see, physical games. Let's learn Eureka Investing. Okay. Oh wait, no, we have to go to the real one. Space Privateer Command. That's cool. Hell Piercers. Song of the Scriptorium. Near my god to the gendered Christmas horror. The fuck does gendered Christmas horror mean? Dice bots. Let's see. Do we have anything fun and exciting? No, not really. Nothing's really jumping out on me here. Oh, that seems interesting. I've always been fascinated by that miniatures game. I've been doing some more research into miniatures games because I do find them interesting and I would like to do more with them, but I don't know what to do. Oh, a new Pokemon game, everybody. Have no fear, the new Pokemon game is out. Another to the list. Looks like there was a jam that's kind of gunking up some of these. Cairn. I want to go to Cairn. A lot of Hero Quest quests. Nothing bad with that. Yeah, not seeing anything too exciting here. It do be that way sometimes. You know, it's the games for freaks. What about it? It's fucking Tom Bloom. What do you expect? Look, everyone, it's Tom Bloom. Laugh. Fucking dance, monkey. That's what you want. Dance, monkey, dance. I don't care. Is it another tactical RPG of... Wow, can't... Oh, it's Sandy Pug. Alright. Alright, yeah, I'll take a look. Nope, just take me to the downloads. I'm an amoral sociopath. You should know this by now, games. We'll put that in there. Yep. Earth. The Universal Miniatures games. Huh. Get cubed. It looks interesting enough. I will download it. See what I can find here. Pokemon Heroes, everybody. Okay. Good news, everybody. This is very good news. Oh, sweet Jesus. Give me it all. Yep. Good news, queens. We do not need to play the Pokemon battle game to play this game. There's one that just asks you, like, you just have to resolve it like that. Wilson, what a strange game. I think it's just some guys like, this is just my hyper fixation and I'm gonna make money off of it because You know, that's how you make money, is having passion for things rather than the cold, hard realities of it. But a civilization colonization board game, I'd be down. I like it. So, let's see. Anything fun and exciting currently on the menu? Ow. Snap all my fingers and back into place here a little bit. No, I'm not seeing anything too fun and or exciting. Very quiet thing right now. Right now, it's finished some things with Errant Earth. Right now, it's just a game of needing to finish the rest of it, which I'll probably be working on tonight. Probably after this, because my throat's giving out currently. Let's see. Anything else fun and exciting? Next week, don't really have anything planned for June. Let's kind of see here. We're a little bit behind on things there. I'm going to probably set up the schedule for June a little bit for myself. Yeah, nothing too exciting. Pretty standard week ahead of us. Let's see, is there anything going on? Nope. Life is good. All is good in the hood, metaphorically speaking. Let's see. We've got a couple people here. Let's see if we can't harass women, everybody. Can we harass women on the internet? I do enjoy harassing women on the internet. Let's see. Overwatch 2, Volcano Princess, Lolly Bait. Okay, you know what? Maybe no one deserves anything. You ever thought about that? Maybe we shouldn't harass women tonight, everyone. Okay. I'm gonna leave now. My throat hurts, and I'm going to probably make dinner because this has been my entire day so far. Godspeed. Good luck. I'll see you all on the flip side.